I believe we are now live. Let me just take a look here in a moment. Let's see here. Just give me a few moments to get everything set up and running. Let's see here. VATSIM radar. Flying from Heathrow to Baltimore today. So here we can go stand 535. That works. In the 777-200. And of course, everything had to freeze up. Alright. Come on, Sim. Don't be a freezer. And I have a bit of a massive mess that I need to clean up behind me. I'm going to do that once we are airborne. Why is the computer being sluggish today? Yeah, damn, the computer's really being sluggish today. I don't know why that is. Even OBS is giving me issues. Are we fine now? It's the end. 535. Let's go ahead and open this up. Open up vPilot. Going to Cardiff. What the fuck? Heathrow to Cardiff. Doesn't that sound like a very short flight? Tracked the localizer and took Cardiff. Connect. Speedbird 22 Bravo. Alright. Let me just go ahead and get that flight plan created real quickly. And let's take a look here. We'll take a look to see if this works today. I need to get Moby Flight up. And I don't know if my FMC is working at all. I don't know for certain. Yeah, now it is. Moby Flight. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, radio check. Anyone on Heathrow, Speedbird 22 Bravo, radio check. It's gonna be annoying. Speedbird 22 Bravo LL KBBY 772 B7 777 B772. Just waiting on everything to go. I'm still not hearing anything on, let me test this. Let's see here. That's pretty straight, not gonna lie. Alright. Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy radio check. Speedbird 22 Bravo, radio check. Yeah, it might not be working. Yeah. Alright. Give me a sec. I'll... Alright, let's see here. Now let me go ahead and get this flight plan going. I just gotta add more fuel. 118. Decimal 805. Speedbird 22 Bravo, radio check. On 8.805. Right. I don't know what you mean by that, Nicholas. Sorry, we're trying to get the radios working. Let's see here. Let's see here. Microphone, let's switch that over to toner. And then this, we'll switch that over to that. Speedbird 22 Bravo, radio check. And don't just send me a message. Let's see here. Fuel. Don't know. Just give us an extra hour of fuel. Alright. And then I'm gonna refile this plate fan I'm gonna say have had issues with the radios recently, so just be advised. Alright. For anyone tuning in, I'm just trying to... Alright. And then actually let me just go ahead and put in the cell count echo Romeo Mike Papa. Alright. There we go. Anyway. Well, we won't need this today. 122.8. Alright. Let's begin to get everything up and running. Get your cam up. Alright. FMC. We're a little behind now, but whatever. FMC, Pizit, and Net. So we're just communicating with, Hey, Robert! Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight, operated by Aeronaut to the Baltimore Washington International Airport. We are currently on the ground at Heathrow. And we got pretty low visibility. Alright, we can go ahead and request this route. It would help if I were to... That's kind of annoying. How I just won't automatically get everything in from a sim brief. I have to tell it set payload, set fuel, select route. Meantime, what is the what is the METAR looking like? Flight information. ATIS request. Route, upload. Echo Golf Lima Lima. Didn't throw that in there. I only need it. I actually only need it once. Alright, route 1. So tell us which one we're gonna take. This is British Airways flight number 229er, or our official call sign is Speedbird 22 Bravo. Alright, information alpha, wind 080 degrees, 7 knots. That's definitely 09 left day. Let's take 09 right. What departure are we on? I believe we are on the Campton departure. Alright. Departure, we'll take 09 right. Sorry, I'm just getting everything up in SimBrief. Sorry, enough graph. 09, we'll take 09 right. We're on the Campton 3 Golf departure. Alright. Route. Activate that. Execute that. And I need some motion. Give me 1 second. contemplation. Alright. Hands are really dry from doing all the dishes at work earlier. Anyway, let's see here. We have QNH 1004. We can go and throw that in. QNH 100. Is this 1004? That's what it was the other day. QNH 1004. Not 05, 04. Alright. Let's go and get an APU running now. Window heat on. Have them look out on. Right, and then FS actions. I really wish we could reintegrate with the GSX. Ground connections. Let's see here. Ground dots. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Let's take a look here. We have a few minutes. We only have a few minutes before we have to push. We have 4 minutes total. In the meantime, we have all that.
This is Malaysian 3, take off runway 09 right.
Speedbird 22 Bravo, radio check. Thank you. I wonder why it wasn't working.
Traffic is EC29 Delta Juliet, ready to check please.
I get you 5x5.
Awesome, thanks.
Alright, APU is now running. New Sky, we can go and start New Sky now.
Traffic is EC29 Delta Juliet, 0 Mike, India Delta, passing 10,000 feet for 6,000 feet.
Alright. Ground connections. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, stand 535, push and start, facing south. Heathrow traffic. We get a parting visor right. Which is, actually gives us a really short taxi. Good, so am I. Have an APU running now. Gonna go ahead and do beacon lights before I forget those. Alright, we can release the ground power. We can set parking brakes immediately. Parking brakes set. Now that we have that stuff ready, you're all good. So I ordered something today. Talk to you about it once we are in the air. I think that's going to allow us to fly Airbus a bit more. Actually, I'll go ahead and just tell you now. I ordered an MCDU from WinWing today. So did I end up with a second one of them? Anyway, it's on order now. Should be arriving in about a week, if I had to guess. Facing south. Get all those running now. Alright, fuel pumps on. Engines are starting. You have anything in the center? We might. I got something in the center. It's not much, but I mean, something over nothing. Except that. VNav. It says 360. Alright, that's fine. Clear that message out. In the meantime, I do need some performance data. Let's see here. Ref, we can go flaps 20. Sure. We'll go flaps 15. 133-139er. I can confirm a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
133-139er 148. Alright, flight directors, put them on now. LNAV, VNav, on. Weather we want the weather on. In the meantime, we can go ahead and do our flight control check. Flaps full. Meantime, full up, full down, full left, full right. Speed brake full. And try to get out of here quite fast, actually. That's the goal, anyway. That is the goal. And now we can go ahead and start. We can go and stop the APU now. Taxi lights on. Strobies on. And we can turn off the centers. Alright. Flaps are 30. Let me just show what this looks like when we land. That should be what it looks like when we land. Alright. Flaps up. Flight controls check completed. Alright. Taxi to holding point. November Bravo 11 via Bravo link 53 and Yankee to join November Bravo 11. Alright, let's see here. Looks like we're the only one online at Heathrow right now. That's rarity. Alright. flaps to 15.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy to taxi holding point, November Bravo 11 for runway 09 and right via Bravo, link 53,
And Yankee Heathrow traffic.
General traffic, EC29 Delta Juliet, 79 inbound ILS 08 right, sir.
All right, let's get on. Let's get a move on. And try to have this plane up in the air within the next 5 minutes. Get a 9:30 departure. And not do what we had to do last week with the time acceleration. Alright, auto brake RTO. Landing lights on now. Get all those guys on. Doing a nice, smooth departure. Alright, let me just take a look here at Sky. There we go. So I need to create some kind of hot swappable mount for Airbus and whatever's for Airbus and 777s in terms of the FMC, because I don't want to exactly have I don't exactly have the USBs for both. Then it should be 1014. Alright. And for airborne I need to send a message for work. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy via November Bravo 11, lining up runway 09 right. Heathrow traffic. And what departure are we on again? Campton 5 Juliet departure. Alright. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy taking off now, runway 09 right. Via the Compton 5 Juliet departure. Heathrow traffic. Thrust now set. Airspeed alive.
On taxiway, on taxiway.
80 knots. Check. 100 knots. Check. V1 and rotate. Positive rate gear is up. Just make sure we're tracking everything. that had a bit of an issue with us being on, us taking off from there, but in real life that's not really that big of an issue. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy now airborne passing 2000, climbing now, flight level, start initial climb, flight level 60, Heathrow traffic.
Traffic traffic is informed that the set landing a right.
We're a little from where we should be. Can go and begin to throw some flaps away. More flaps can go away now.
Traffic EC29 just Australia, facing.
That is precisely where we should be. Just gotta be patient. Final flaps away now. We'll just can't fly the aircraft for right now. Either traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, direct to Campton now. Heathrow traffic. Autopilot on. Alright, oh, we are airborne now. And at Campton, let me just verify traffic. Should be fine. That was a nice departure right there, just to say it. That was a very, very nicely done departure now. If only we can land it correctly. Alright. VNAV. So VNAV says that our cruising flight level is initially flight level 360. And I can agree with that for right now. Right now we're just direct to Campton. Once we're at Campton, we will go ahead and further climb. Oh, actually, we're the only one. Alright, we can climb now, flight level 360. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, climbing now, flight level 360, Heathrow traffic. Direct Didza. And traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, now turning direct to Didza. It is the Delta India Delta Zulu Alpha waypoint. Heathrow traffic. Standard pressure now. And then once I... Alright, now I need to go ahead and throw a message in my work app real quickly. Nothing bad. Alright. Still. Alright, passing 10,000, landing lights off. That's awesome. Hey Seb, sorry, I just need to send this message and work real quickly. Want to get airborne first. We are inbound for Baltimore. We just departed Heathrow about 5 minutes ago. We have, and we might have Dublin Center online. Oh wow, we have someone online. We have Shannon online. How long have they been online for? 2 hours 41 minutes. Well, we get to see if they will remain online. Anyway, we're climbing right now. Flight level 360. Alright. Alright, sorry, I just need to put this message in my work chat real quickly. I was training today. Let's see here. It's not lane and I don't know, because I don't do breakfast at all. I'm a full nighttime position now. I used to do breakfast a little bit, but we've gotten to the point now where I have decided that it is not worth it's not worth me trying to wake up, because I won't wake up. I haven't gotten in trouble for not waking up, but I won't get any sleep. So, I don't know about breakfast anymore. And to be honest, I don't know the breakfast menu that well. Been there for coming up to 3 years here soon, and I still don't know breakfast that well. So, let's see here. All right.
I don't. Thoughts on the song Golden? I don't know because I don't really listen to music, to be honest. I know I saw that shutdown ended finally, freaking finally. Talk about that once I finish sending this message. Sorry. Notice how. Let's see here. Alright, done. Yeah, so the government shutdown ended. And to be honest, I have very mixed views on it. Because on the one hand, air traffic control is getting paid again. The government's getting back to normal. On the other hand, kind of feels like a waste for the Democrats because they kind of gave in to some of the ideas that the Republicans were pushing out there. So, at the same time, like I said, I'm happy that it did end. It's giving everyone a bit of a relief. Turns out I was completely wrong on my prediction that it might end at the end of the year. That said, though, we have to keep in mind that it's going to happen again, probably come January 30th. So, alright. We do actually have a little ATC online. We're still a little far out, though. And I don't know if they're going to be online. We have Shannon Center on 134 decimal 260. So, go ahead and tune that in my radio real quickly. Alright, and actually I was talking to Dublin earlier, just trying to get the yeah, at least all-day travel will be fine. And the nice thing is that all those air traffic controllers, it's not like they're out of all that money that happened during the shutdown. No, they're getting that money back. It's just that they don't get, for some reason, they can't send paychecks, and it's kind of annoying. But no, they are getting paid. They're getting back pay for all that time. That is a nice thing. As law should say. So. Alright. That was a very smooth departure out of Heathrow, by the way. Let's see here. Let me just. Alright. What's this income that we have to worry about? Go ahead and close that out. There we go. And so we can actually let the passengers out of their seats now. So you can tune down the range ever so slightly. Level 360. Our next is we're stepping to 380 in about 400 nautical miles, so in about an hour or so. Off to Baltimore today. And we are actually doing a scheduled flight, as we were unable to do on when was Tuesday night, I think it was. You're doing a proper scheduled flight in New Sky, because you don't actually have right now the only aircraft we have on the ground at Baltimore is a A350. And we were unable to use that because I don't know if it's this headset or if it's vPilot. I think it's vPilot just giving issues.
I might have to reinstall vPilot, but something. This is not working with vPilot right now, and I don't know why. Even though this headset does work with basically everything else. So, I know it's kind of annoying. Has 1 million shipped my new thing yet? They have not. Or at least it doesn't appear like that. It doesn't appear that way. So I bought another thing from WinWing today. I bought an MCDU for Airbus aircrafts. So the one I have is strictly for the 777, which we fly so often that I thought it would be worth trying it out first. But we're also getting now the WinWing, or the MCDU for this. I'm thinking about having one of them over here, the other one right here, probably the 777 one right here. But I don't really know. I also thought about the idea of creating a hot swappable mount for them. To just one cable, same mount, same place, and so that's an option. Just like very easily that could like simply latch on. That is one idea that I've had. I don't know. I really don't know. Either way, it is on order now, and it should be here hopefully in about a week or so, hopefully within a week, and that'll give us the opportunity to fly more Airbus aircrafts, because that's my one issue with Airbus aircrafts right now. It's kind of like I fly the I fly the 222 too much, right? It kind of interferes with my ability to fly Airbus. So anyway, I'm gonna get another one of these, which I'm actually very impressed with. This FMC, it's very, very nice. And that should arrive. Actually, might arrive by Sunday if I had to guess. This one came quite quickly. I ordered this one Friday night, and it was here by Monday. So, and that was during the shutdown, shipped via USPS. So, I don't know. Alright, Shannon Center is on 134.260. We can turn now direct to Stanley. Stanley in 101 nautical miles. So you got about 14 minutes till we're there. Shannon Center being online is a bit of a rare event. And then in terms of our oceanic waypoint, so here we begin oceanic at Tabador, 40380. Don't really have a good estimate on that waypoint. We'll see how long it takes us to get over to Shannon airspace. Yeah. Anyway, so in terms of this headset, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this headset. We're gonna try to work it out with Shannon, assuming that they decide to stay online. We're gonna try to work it out with them. If it doesn't work out, then we'll stick with. Then I'll simply unplug this headset. Previously, the way I've been doing it is microphone and audio would only transmit through this headset and not through my soundbar right here. But right now I have it transmitting through. I have microphone inputs via this microphone right here, and then it outputting through this display panel right here. So, but we will see. We're going to try to work out the issue with with Shannon Center. Actually, I was talking with Dublin earlier, trying to see if Dublin would help us, and they did help us a little, but they were unable to get this thing to work. But then again, that was on the ground at Heathrow, so it could have been a range issue. Otherwise, like I said, we're gonna try to work it out. And there's gonna be a lot of radio checks, and I'm gonna just tell the guy, start a conversation and try to work this out, because for some reason it's only this. So I might have to reinstall VPilot. I don't know. I really don't know. No good wing views today, unfortunately. No good wing views. We are at 745 hours on VATSIM so far. And our ETA for Baltimore is 336 Zulu. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Baltimore 926 Zulu. So, actually, really reasonable time. Yeah, then again, we are a little early today. So I was able to start the stream at 9 o'clock on the dot. Yeah, so we'll just start the stream at 9 o'clock on the dot today. So I was able to get home early even though I closed. So, don't think we're going to have that luck tomorrow. But, I don't know. I really don't know. Tomorrow we get to do more around the world. I had a goal of by Thanksgiving to knock that out. And it's not going to be by Thanksgiving. And unfortunately, it's not going to be by Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is now less than 2 weeks out. And we are not even halfway done with the world tour. And so my new goal is simply get it done by the end of the year. That is my new goal. So, even if we were to do like 3 or 4 legs each night, every day for like the next week and a half, or until Thanksgiving, we would still not make it. And so it's not possible for us to get it done by Thanksgiving. So, anyway, the new goal is now, the new goal is by Christmas. Or by the end of the year. So, yeah, and then we'll probably end the year off with it, to be honest. The thing is that I am now approaching busy season now at work, and so the amount of dedication I can actually put into the channel is going to decrease ever so slightly. You're going to begin to see streams starting at 11 instead of 10, because I won't get home until around 10. Because we get to because I work in a mall location, we close every day at 8, right? And that's nice. It's nice to close at 8. But the mall extends its hours to 9, and so we're going to also extend our hours till 9 o'clock. And so instead of me getting home at 9 most days, or a little after 9, I'm going to get home at 10, or a little after 10. So, anyway, you're going to begin to see streams starting around 11 here soon. And hopefully my hours just get shifted ever so slightly. I might get more hours, though. So, I'm keeping an eye out here, and we might get an opportunity to use some CPDLC. Don't know. Don't know. Set climb level 380 in roughly 315 nautical miles.
according to my FMC here. And we're currently estimating Baltimore with 14.6 in terms of fuel. And even though I did tell it to add an extra... I told it to add an extra hour of fuel beyond what I usually do. So weather in Baltimore is usually not great. But we will see. We're gonna try to get a few shortcuts direct to Tibor, and then that'll help us out in terms of oceanic. So contact me. Shannon Center, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy.
Speedbird 22 Bravo Shannon Control, good morning, Squawk 6652.
Squawk 6652, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. Like 6. 5, 2. And Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy requesting direct to Tabor, Tango, Oscar, Bravo, Oscar, Romeo. In response.
Speedbird 22 Bravo identified, clear direct to Tobor, Tango, Oscar, Bravo, Oscar, Romeo.
Clear direct Tobor, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. One of the nice things about this FMC, just throw it in real quickly. And that gives us an ETA of roughly 349 Zulu. It's our optimum right now. Alright. And we will be requesting ascent. Or, sorry, a small step climb soonish. Time 3-6. So. Anyway, we're estimating this next waypoint. We are estimating this next waypoint 3:45 Zulu. So that gives us, actually now's a good time to go ahead and get that filed. Get that ocean clearance on file. Start. Speedbird 22 Bravo. I will take 380. What's up? By the time we get there, our max will be 400. Max is already essentially 400. In terms of our Mach speed, we're estimating now 14.6. Can we go to Mach decimal 8.4? Decimal 8.4. Go ahead and give y'all the yoke cam back. For to do that. Alright. Go ahead and climb in a moment. Decimal 084. And then what track are we on? Yeah, so Tober. Yeah, end off at Tudap. Tober 5320 north, 53 north, 20 west. 53 30 5340 5450 5250 Tudap A firm Shanwick
Currently estimating 347 Zulu. Current TMI 318. Like a Romeo Mike Papa. And this is saying we should get a step climb now. 380. Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy requesting step climb now, flight level 380.
Speedbird 22 Bravo, climb to flight level 380.
Climb now, flight level 380. Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. There we go. Nicely done, nicely done, nicely done. Level 400 is our maximum right now. Nice. Baltimore ETA estimating 14.2 on the fuel, which is more than enough for a little diversion. It's more than enough for a little diversion if we need it. We have our oceanic clearance on request. And then in terms of the squawk, let me just write that down. Squawk 6652. 6652 on the squawk. Alright. Looking solid right now. Contact 134.260. Watch us get ATC all the way over there. Watch there be a oceanic controller that decides to hop on the line. We're seeing some Potomac. Yeah, missing Baltimore a little. Reaching Sierra. We are missing Baltimore a little. So, yeah, we're fine though. Pittsburgh Center. Cleveland Center. Alright, let me catch up with my messages. Oh, wow. Wrong shot there, bud. I'm bored now. At level 400, most likely at the end of Oceanic. Do a little return to a bit of Minecraft once we're out of controlled airspace. Actually, I need to clean up this area a little bit first, but that's fine. I'll also need to grab some food here soon, but not now. So, installed the new dishwasher. I installed the new dishwasher, and the install went well. Aside from the fact that I had to drill into the countertop, and that didn't go exactly to plan. I ended up just putting a piece of wood at the bottom of it, holding it in place. I'll probably have someone take a look at it whenever they get a chance, because the old dishwasher was mounted to the top. So. Anyway, outside of that, it went fine. Yesterday afternoon, picked up a new dishwasher, picked up an LG, and yeah. Which one do I have? I think I have $150 the last next 2 weeks. Wow. This guy can never be happy. What aircraft was that? No. This guy can never be happy. Savannah Hammond got the flight from Frankfurt to Heathrow. Average touchdown. Minus 366 feet per minute in normal conditions. And the aircraft type was an A320, by the way. Distance from threshold 611 meters. Accepted range 207 through 831. Average centerline deviation 0.81. And then max centerline deviation 1.42 meters. And it knocked off 0.10 points for that. It can never be happy. It can never be happy. This guy can just never be happy. You're all good, Seb. You're all good. You are all good. We are still under Shannon control. I'm not gonna worry about the headset. I'm just gonna figure it out on my own. Figure it with Baltimore one of these days. Yeah. Cruising to Baltimore
currently estimating Baltimore 420 my time. So that's 9:20.
United 5 Heavy looking for a handoff.
United 5 Monitor Advisory 1 to today's flight. Good morning.
122.8, you have a great morning as well, United 5 Heavy.
Thank you.
Alright. We have the oceanic clearance in, which I actually wouldn't be that surprised to see us get the oceanic controller. I would not be that surprised to see them. Yeah, we might do that. Actually, Seb, to be honest, I might take you up on that tomorrow night, to be honest. We'll see how tomorrow night goes at work, but I might take you up on that. Because it is a little annoying. But yeah, maybe plan for tomorrow night if you're able to. Tomorrow night around 10 p.m. And then once we figure that out, then we can... I might not stream, but... I might not stream us figuring that out, but... Seb, to be honest, I might take you up on that offer. Figure out if it's the headset, or figure out if it's some other weird issue. But yeah. We'll see how tomorrow work goes, because if it goes horrendous, then ouch. And I'm the one in charge tomorrow. So it better not go horrendous. With that said, though, how many idiots do I have? Or how many people do I dislike that I have tomorrow? Let's see. Well, one... it's only one idiot that I can't handle. It's only one idiot that I can't handle, which, to be honest, he might decide to call out anyway. So, yeah, it shouldn't be too bad tomorrow. We'll see how many call-outs there are, though. So far, there are none. Which usually, around this time, we usually have at least one, so... It's only one idiot that I can't handle. And it's the same idiot who I keep saying needs to be fired. So... NTSB says pilot was attempting to return to the airport. Oh, that was do you know how do you know all your coworkers? Yeah, I do. Actually, most of the people who come in tomorrow I trained coming up to a year ago now. So yeah, I know everyone quite well. But yeah, and I better know. I better know all of them, because I'm the one in charge tomorrow. And anyway, we'll see. Usually around this time we have at least one call out, but so far we have none. Then again, of course, we usually have one really last minute call out. So, but like I said, we will see. We will see how tomorrow morning goes. And I will not be up. Well, technically, I will be up in the morning. Go to bed at 6 a.m. like usual. Yeah, I've trained most of them. I mean, there are a few people who'll be there tomorrow who have been there longer than me. One of them actually trained me, so. Yeah, no, I know how they are. I trained most of them. I know most of their weaknesses. I know where a lot of their strengths are. Actually, we do have someone in training tomorrow, which it will not be me, but actually, we have 2 people in training tomorrow. Only one during my shift, though. So. You know, I know all their weaknesses. I know all their strengths. So. I know who I can send to go run curbside orders
without taking 3 days. Let's see here. Yeah, there's only one idiot who I can't handle, who is currently on the schedule. So, yep, I'm able to check the schedule whenever. Just throw me out. It's a nice thing about being in this leadership position. Actually, I was able to do it before. I'm able to check the schedule whenever for ages now. So. But yeah, the one thing I can't see, though, and I keep telling them that we need to fix this, they're adding notes now to the roster of who's supposed to be training who, and I cannot see any of them, and I was able to see it. I was able to see them, but I think it's an issue with me being on an Android phone, to be honest. So it's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying because I was able to see them before my promotion. I can't see the notes anymore, though. So, Boeing defense workers approved new contract ending more than 3-month strike. Nice. Yeah, I didn't even realize that thing was still going on. Alright, NC time. Give me 30 seconds. I should be doing something, but I'm not going to. Kettle on. It's proper. It's a proper British tea kettle, by the way. It's a proper British tea kettle. Bought it from the UK, not this most recent year, but the last year. Then I realized I couldn't adapt it, and so I had to. I realized I couldn't plug it in, so I had to buy adapters. So, all right. It's all done. Runners and co-workers for 15 minutes. My goodness. Did you put that in the complaint form? Because at the end of most receipts now, you can actually get a free sandwich if you fill out a little survey based on how things go, and we look at those. I know that a lot of restaurants don't look at those. We look at them. We read most of them. So, if you leave notes like that in, then action will be taken most of the time. At least at my store. So, yeah. Look at the bottom of your receipt next time. Especially if you do like a walk-in order. And most of the time, or I don't know if it's most of the time, but about 50% of the time it'll print out a slightly longer receipt, and if you were to fill out the survey at the bottom of it, then you can get a free sandwich. Now it's only a free regular sandwich, to be crystal clear, but it's nice to have. It is nice to have. So, personally, I've never done it, but that's also because I kind of have a conflict of interest. So, but that goes for anyone. You walk into Chick-fil-A and you get an extra long receipt. At the bottom of it, about 50% of the time there'll be like a little survey thing. So, and we do look at those. We're not a company that completely blindly ignores everything. We do actually read. We do actually read through those. So. So you can check my husband. I work in a mall location, so I don't know. But usually mobile order. I usually just use the app. Walk in to pick it up. It's probably going to be the best and most efficient way. Then again, I work in a mall location. We don't have like a how to say it? We don't really have like indoor dining or a drive-through at all. We do have dedicated curbside spots, but yeah, but most of the time, if you want to get your order the fastest and you don't have to wait in line, come during a good time. Usually, if you come between like 2:30 and 3:30 at hours, usually that's a good time to come in. Usually it's not that busy during that time. Or place a mobile order through the app and just walk in to grab it, because it shows up on our screen immediately, and we don't have to send someone out there to take it. So, that's usually the best thing to do. Do you have another step climb in? What time is it now? 3:22.
Bravo, monitor advisory 1-2 days split. Have a nice time. Bye.
Unicom now 122.8 for 22 Bravo Heavy. Thank you for services. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Alright. Advisory. We are now on Unicom. James, you can open up Minecraft. Because I'm bored. So. Yes. We do Uber. We do DoorDash and Uber Eats and Grubhub, and then one other weird one we started doing recently. PW is something I keep thinking it's Pratt & Whitney, but that's an engine. That's an airplane engine manufacturer. That's not that. That's not anything else. Small side. I'll tell you what, let me go ahead and get Volanta up before I forget. I need to look into a better app to add like a banner to. And of course, Volanta's doing an update. Alright, Volanta, are you working now? Yes, you are. And I use Volanta for the banner across the screen, though I think I need to look into another option, because I actually have a custom. It's Pratt & Whitney. That would be amazing. If only they would support that kind of stuff in the DC area, which they don't, for good reason. So, if only they would support drone deliveries in the DC area. But just over my house alone, we have Baltimore traffic. I remember that, unfortunately. We have Baltimore traffic. We have Dulles traffic. We have Reagan traffic, and then actually somehow last week during all the chaos at Newark, somehow all that chaos was extending down to Baltimore, and I'm completely serious about that as well. All right, well we ended off last time dead somehow at flight. It's in brief. On time. Alright. Yeah, just over my house alone, we have Baltimore traffic, Dulles traffic, Reagan traffic, Newark traffic. We also get a bit of a bit of Philadelphia traffic, and occasionally Newark traffic. Not to mention everyone traveling in between, so. Alright. Oh, I ended off the other day dead, somehow, and somehow we are out of basically everything. It's time to go back down to the mines, I think. Maybe. Might be time to go back down to the mines. If I'm gonna do that, we're gonna do it the good way. Actually, if we're gonna do that, we're going to I thought I had a bunch of. Yeah. Here's a few stone picks. Any wood anywhere? Do you any wood anywhere? Here's some. Stone pick. Alright, no caving where you actually need a solid amount of stuff. We're just gonna go down to this mine. So I'm kind of desperate for some stuff. We're on the approach path for Orlando, or sorry, for that is nice. That is nice. Gordon, remind me what that airport is again, please. Y11. We need to go down a little further. Y11. We need to go down to Y something else. I live directly under the approach path for Chicago here. That's what I thought. I live directly under the approach path for what's opposite of 28? 7. Yeah, I know. Chicago's somehow the seventh busiest airport in the world. Don't ask me how. Because to be honest, Heathrow should be. What's in Chicago? It's like not much, aside from the Boeing headquarters. I should have brought torches. Yeah. For Baltimore, I live under one of the approach paths for one of the things. For one of the runways. But if you were to extend runway 28 out at Baltimore, if you were to extend it like 3 times its length, then you'd run directly over my house. So, despite that, it is still a half-an-hour drive to get over to Baltimore. So, Chicago resident. Sorry. Heathrow should be number 1. Heathrow or Schiphol should be number 1. Though, Heathrow I understand not being number 1. Let's see here. We go. Torches. Need to go back down there. In order to mine for like the next 3 hours because we need resources badly. So I was kind of avoiding trying to the mines for a bit, but we're a little low on a few things. Would it help if we had a little bit of food? And it's United's HQ. And a sizable American hub plus the... I actually don't know what the historical significance of Chicago is. I actually really don't know what the historical significance is. Where is it? Food. Maybe some pumpkin pies. Thought I had a bunch more pumpkin pies somewhere. So Yep. Somehow Dulles is not up there. Oh, that's interesting. I never knew that Midway was the actual world's busiest airport. I never knew that. Did I trade all my bread away? Might have. Well, there's some diamonds right there. Actually, you know what? Give me. Oh, there's an iron pick that I can use. Give me 3 of those. Let me just create a. Actually, I'll wait off on that. Thorns 3. Yeah, I'll wait off on all that. Just trying to think here. More torches. Okay. That'll survive me for right now. Somehow JFK is not the world's busiest airport. Somehow JFK is not. Which I kind of don't understand how it's not. Aside from their really, really, really poor design. But still. I mean, you should see JFK in a busy hour. You should see both JFK and Heathrow in a busy hour. Between the two of them, you could land every plane on the face of the planet between the two of those in no time. Actually, I don't know how long it takes to land a plane. I should, though. I'm a freaking pilot in the flight sim. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4. Oh, so what's the recommended level again for diamonds in Minecraft? I think it's minus 49. I think is what it is now. Why are we all over the place right now in the sim? Are we all over the place? You know. That tea sounds like it might be ready. Or, sorry, the kettle might be ready. So. I am determined to empty this. Chicago is important in terms of the railroads, and one thing led to another. That's right. Okay. After they change it from. Why? Yeah. What was the level again? After they changed it from Y11, I think it's Y minus 49. And to be clear, we're still in 119. We're not, we are still in 119 because, I have no clue what's going on with the newer updates. Kind of scared to find out as well. 119 was like the final update that was actually. It's Y54. Thank you for that. Is that like right above Bedrock? Is that what it is? Is that like right above Bedrock? Isn't minus 60 Bedrock? Or like the World Wood or something like that? I don't know. And Shannon hopped offline, by the way. That's why they gave us a handoff. Yep, I have no clue what's going on with the newer updates, unfortunately. Kind of tuned out around 120. So I don't really know what's in 120 either. 119 was like my final proper Minecraft update until recently. Let's see here. Look at that luck. Look at that luck. First true and proper diamonds. Alright, you know what that means? We have to dig around it. Oh, what was that look right there? Alright, let's see here. It's only going to be one each, unfortunately. Until we build a mob farm. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, 3. There goes that pick. Should mine for a bit. Go down to minus 49, or sorry, minus 54. Get to go down to minus 54. We're gonna try to get everything tonight. We're gonna try to get everything. It's the new rarest item in Minecraft. Regular diamond ore. Regular diamond ore is the new biggest, or is the new rarest. Ew. Anything nasty down here that I ought to be aware about? Anything nasty down here that I ought to be aware about? There's that guy. And to be honest, I should probably make a, I should probably quickly make a, sword. In case I need it. Of course, we run straight into a cave. Actually, we're gonna make a diamond pickaxe as well. Well, we could actually do a sword, or let's get the diamond pick. Iron sword ought to be fine. And let's make a fresh helmet while we're at it. Got some redstone right there. Let's go ahead and light this up. Get another ravine by the looks of it. Trim this redstone. So we kind of need the redstone anyway. Yeah, let me just go ahead and do a little, and it's like the perfect area right here. You're already finding batch diamonds. Got some tough. That looks very dangerous right there. Anything over here? No, not really. Not really. Do you see those diamonds right there? Anything down here? No, not really. And that's why you always mine around these. And we are really finding some diamonds today. Get some tough as well. We'll resume back to the normal methods in a moment. Anything good over here? That just gave me an absolute jump scare. That guy just gave me an absolute jump scare, not gonna lie. And let's not go in here. Let's not go in there. That spider just gave me an absolute jump scare. Let's go and steal all this redstone. I just wanted to saw more diamonds somewhere, but I don't know. Oh, I don't know. That's though we did get 2 diamonds, so I might be able to make a diamond sword here soon. Anything over here that'd be nice. Oh yeah, we found a slime. We found a slime. Noted that because then we have a slime chunk. We had that jump scare. Alright, back to the strip mine. And you know, throw me this lapis because we're gonna need it later. Anything special down there? Alright, no. Nothing too special. Got some gold right there. Ready to come down here? Anything special down here? So we're gonna run into this area again. No, not really. Not really. Aside from this Enderman that's pissing me off. Let's quickly take care of this Enderman then. Try to rack those pearls up. Try to rack those pearls up. That's what we need to do. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Minus 33. Got to go down to minus 54 as per Seb's word. Four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. There goes that. Nice thing we're in a bit of a tough environment here. Pun 100% intended. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baltimore to Heathrow. We're at minus 49 now. We have another 5 blocks to go down, and then we can begin to make one big mine, and then we'll just begin to strip mine for ages upon ages. You'll just strip mine for ages upon ages. After we build a little bit of a base here, down here. 2 more blocks. And we might just tie this directly in with what we already have, to be honest, because I don't really want to do it the other way. I think what we already have started is not bad. I mean, might want to... Perfect. Alright. You can go and finish up the tea processing. Wait here for a moment. Finish it. Time to the tea processing. Or stove. What do I have here? Or not? Let's see here. Can I just put the gallon light? Filled that up directly to the top of the milk, unfortunately. A little annoying. A little annoying. Oh, whatever. I need to clean up here soon anyway. He's walking 2,000 in a few moments. He's walking 2,000 on the flight. Not bad at all. So what we'll do right here is we will create a bit of a base down here. So we'll do. I have another pickaxe. Yeah. Let me use up this pick first before I begin to touch the diamond one. 2, 3. That's painfully slow. I'm gonna need it once we're done. Once this pick is done, we're gonna bust out the iron. We're gonna bust out the iron because this is painfully slow. But to be honest, there's not. I mean, there's a difference between stone, or between iron and diamond, but it's not that big of a difference. Not until you begin to add enchantments. I mean, it does make night and day difference when you're eventually doing with it, but still. Still feels quite small, to be honest. This still feels quite tight. But I feel like once we begin to actually go with this, we'll be fine. You're still estimating Heathrow, or sorry, Baltimore, with 14.2 on in terms of fuel. So not bad in terms of tea, is it now? Alright, let's see here. Now that we have a little bit of a base set up, a few more of those. Give me a fresh one of those. What we'll do is make a bit of a cubby right here. Make a bit of a cubby right here. That's what we do. Throw one of those there. Throw 2 of those there, because we need it. And then well, oh, fuck, I forgot about those. Alright. Throw a few chests right there. Alright. Didn't notice we got that head. Let's see here. Give me a few of these iron picks. Why am I not seeing it? Iron's right here, right? Oh, that's why. I'm an idiot, that's why. Alright. Shall I begin this now? Alright, let's go to empty out everything in here. Get a clean slate when it comes to all this stuff here. I will need to find some water at some point, because we run into any concerns. Lapis, that can go away. All that can go away. Take gold immediately. A nice large vein of gold as well. A double vein of gold. And we just get to sit here and mine. Get to mine. What we'll do is we'll go down. What are we at now? Let's see here, F3. We're at minus 54. Sorry, we're at 9. Moving up, we'll go down to like 500 something. We'll go up to like 500 something. That won't be too terrible. Or maybe it won't be 500, but maybe it'll be like 300 or something. I don't know. We go for as long as you want to. And we've already had a lot of success. Off to mine we go. Off to mine we go. This will give us a good opportunity to get some decent deep slate. Some decent deep slate and so overall some decent good stuff. And like before, what we'll do is we'll do like the branch technique. We'll come back, do the branch technique. If it doesn't find anything, then it's like not that big of a deal, but it might legitimately find us a bunch. So. We're already at 72. I am peckish. Oh shit, we're already oceanic. No, is that? Did not realize we were already oceanic. Like that, first orders in a minute. Iron. Get some iron. So in terms of the dishwasher update, I bought a new dishwasher after the other one decided to end itself, and installed it yesterday, and we're back up and running in terms of a dishwasher now. It's a nice dishwasher as well. It's quite nice. From the standpoint of not the cheapest unit we could have gotten, but also not horrendous either. I just want to use up this pickaxe right there. But you know, the only struggle was the countertop. That was the only struggle. $140. Delicious tea. Truly delicious tea. And we're still estimating 4.2 in terms of fuel. Sorry, 14.2. You gotta keep an eye on that. That's not bad. It's not bad. Not great at all. And that's perfect right there. One, two, three. Bit of a 3 vein right there. Having plenty of luck right now. That's the way we need to go all the way back. Yeah, actually, let's go all the way back now. Let's go all the way back now just to grab ourselves. We're gonna actually just make a shitload of iron picks, I think, just because we kinda need to. Actually, that coal wasn't on there, but in terms of torches, is that gonna be enough torches? I don't know. Real quickly. You didn't know that stuff's coming up here soon. Alright. Then how many picks can we create? Thinking a solid 3. Okay, we can do 4. There we go. 4 picks. The rest of that can become torches. There we go. I don't have the zoom yet. I need it. I really need to install Optifine, because that gives us the zoom. I really need to install. Really need to reinstall Optifine. I am packish. Not gonna lie. Remember what happened last week while we were at cruise? Yeah. We died. To the hands of some piglins. Died to the hands of some piglins. Cheeky fellas. Cheeky and annoying fellas. They were. While trying to grab some stuff. I'm actually trying to escape, to be honest. Trying to escape from another after realizing it's a little dangerous. Yeah, we'll just mine all stream, I think. We will just simply mine all stream, see how many diamonds we get, see how much iron we get. You know, they really should give us aluminium. They really should give us an aluminium. Yeah, if they were to give us some aluminium, that would be helpful. Not the strongest material in the world, but quite light. A little on the light side. Light but solid. Does a good job. Should figure out a way to incorporate like some kind of weird physics with the copper. And iron blocks. That's what they should do. Give us aluminium. Different types of steel. I mean, you have iron. And iron is a real element. Is a real thing. I mean, you already have that. You already have copper. And I just got a message. There's got a work message. Nothing important that I have to pay attention to. And I have updates to do, it appears. I don't know what I'm going to do with when Windows 12 comes out, because I kind of feel like AM4 is not really going to be properly supported. In Windows 12, I kind of see that coming. At the same time, though, I don't really want to upgrade from AM4. Because AM4 is an amazing platform. I mean, just to say it, I mean, AM4 is going to go down in the legends. When AM4 is officially dead, and when Microsoft officially supports it, it's going to go down in the legends for being such a good CPU type, right? It's going to go down. It's going to go down in terms of being smartest and best, one of the best electronic moves made by AMD. Period. Because it's like that's how you get customers right there. If you're able to make a socket, that will last for multiple generations, and that incentivizes people to know that you're going to make more stuff that comes out for that socket, and then and because of that, you're going to incentivize people to buy your processors. That's what you're going to do, and because you do that, right? And because you've now incentivized them and said, look, we are going to support this socket for multiple years. If you don't have the money right now for a big processor, maybe come back in a few years. You don't have to upgrade your motherboard. You don't have to do any of that shit. We'll sell you a new CPU. Just need to swap out the CPU. Right. And there you go. Now you're off to the races. Because you're able to appeal to the budget customers, while also appealing to the high-end customers as one. Right. Now it's bad for Asus. It's bad for everyone else, because now they're not going to make as much money on motherboards. But still, that's though I might invest in an upgrade here soon. I might look into an upgrade, though it'd be an expensive upgrade. And I already upgraded the power supply, but to be honest, I think it might just be a complete new computer. To be honest, I think it might just be a complete new computer. And I might throw the old stuff back in the current one. But, I mean, storage, I already saw storage. Just a CPU and RAM, to be honest. And I have a CPU sitting on a shelf over there that I can throw back in. I have an extra power supply that I can throw back in. So, really, it's just a matter of case, CPU, and RAM. And CPU cooler is not an issue either, unless I have to upgrade. But probably don't. I probably don't, because it's AMD. So, and AMD supports everything from back in the day. So, either way, AM4 is going to go down as a really good socket, to be 100% honest. Just saying. AM4 is going to go down as a really good socket. Alright, once we get to 500, then we'll go over that way by 2 blocks or so. And we'll do it that method, because that gives us the most amount of stuff. No, I get that in the opposite in a moment. make a shit little lapis. Though to be honest, I might need a bit more iron. I might need a bit more iron, not gonna lie. Actually, it has been moments since we last found any iron. It's also been a minute since we last found any diamonds, so... Yeah, it's been a moment since we last found any diamonds. Then again, diamonds are rare for a reason, so... You know, we'll get to 5, 10. Then we'll turn back. Speaking of the devil itself. Just the one. Really? Just the one. That's it? That's not very nice now, is it? I think it's a 2 vein then. Now you pretty much know, once you find the location of those other diamonds, that it's what kind of vein it is. I mean, you have the 8 vein, which is, those are amazing to find. Though, kind of rare. Yeah, the other type of vein. And that's not enough to continue forward, though. Oh, it's nice and warm in here today. Since the heating is going on. Another 200 blocks or so. Actually, a little less than that, but whatever. Don't tell anyone. Now, if we can find a geode down here, that'd be amazing as well. Love to find a geode. Again, to get some amethyst. Yeah, look at all this tuff we're hitting. It's nice for me. I didn't know you could find ores in tuff. I guess you can't. I guess that does kind of make sense. More diamonds. Anything special up here that we can worry about? It's a little cave unit. Go ahead and give me some of this. Then I saw those diamonds. Trying to... I'll take those diamonds. I could have sworn I saw like weird particle effects over there. Could have sworn saw some weird particle effects over there. And by the way, I'm paying attention to chat as well while I mine and talk. So if anyone wants to say anything, please start a discussion while we mine. Might have been that kind of particle effect. Anything else around these? Yes. And that's why it's good to mine it -5, 4. Actually, let me just look down here. Let me just look down here real quickly. Not saying not saying I'm gonna go down there definitively, but let me just take a look down here. few more diamonds. Got a bit of a cave. What are you doing? What do you have? Hey! What do you have? Anything good? Go lay down. Barnaby, go lay down. Go lay down like a good boy. It's your bedtime, bud. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Hey! Thought you had something. Hey, thought you had something. What is this? You are not allowed to go to the trash. You're not allowed to go to the trash, you little raccoon. You little raccoon. You like going to the trash? You're a little raccoon now, aren't you? You're not allowed to go to the trash. Not allowed. Back. I heard that. You're trying to hide it. You're trying to hide it. What do you have? I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I don't trust you, and because of that, you get to come over here. You get to stay on my lap because I don't trust you. No. Alright, so that's just like a small little cave. Then. Anything special up here? I'm gonna go to that redstone in a moment. Yeah, no, not over there. We're not going over there. Yeah, because I kind of need that. No, let these caves while we're at this. No, not see anything special. We're actually running out of coal. I have to make a way all the way back up then. I'm gonna ignore that gold for right now. Alright, we did get a little too carried away, I think, with this. At least we're getting some diamonds. At least we're getting enough diamonds to continue. At least we're getting enough diamonds to continue a little. And just for safety reasons. Gonna do that. That's so that we are definitely running out of iron. I have to go up to one of the order Y levels. Because the iron. We're gonna build an iron farm at some point here soon anyway. Because I kinda need some. Once we can get the villager Rita to work. And we'll begin to build an iron farm. Till then, it's mining for iron. It's mining for iron. You know, we're just gonna stick with the diamond pickaxe, I think, because that'll get. What's the durability on this? 15. Yeah, rather that's 250. Yeah, that'll get. This will get us there and back. You stay. Yeah, this diamond pickaxe will get us there. I'm peckish! Not to mention, it's a hell of a lot faster as well. I got my lap now. You happy now? Barnaby, are you happy? You're stuck on my lap. You happy with that? I think you prefer that lap more than the bed, to be honest. We'll double check on the flight here soonish. We'll do that. We'll go down here, get to 510, go back, and yeah. But yeah, it's not just diamonds we're after them. I mean, diamonds would be nice to reduce our amount of diamonds we need to have, but it's not actually our primary priority. It's iron and coal that takes more priority. And redstone, I feel like now we have enough redstone for like the last like the next 5 years. Then and then once we are done with this, once we're done with doing this set of mining, then we're gonna go and then I'm gonna go and clean up this room because this room is a bit of a disaster. Not gonna lie. Alright, 4, 5, 6. And got another 50 blocks or so to go. Don't think we're gonna find that much within those 50 blocks. I mean, diamonds would be nice, but yeah. And I think tonight we're just gonna primarily mine. I think because we need the resources. What kind of mine, or what kind of thing is this? Can't, first things first, I can't get up there. Now I'll just stick to strip mining. Just to verify that there's nothing over here that I'm gonna immediately miss. Nah, not really. I mean, we'll go back over there in like 25 blocks or whatever, in like 30 blocks or whatever, but nothing truly significant over there. At least nothing that's worth me almost dying. Actually, I might have to go back there first, because getting kind of full in terms of stuff. We're getting kind of full. 499. How much longer do we have left? 3, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. And it's nice and closed off as well. The devil. Smooth basalt. First things first. No to that, and then the calcite. I actually don't know how to mine calcite, but I actually really do love calcite as a block. 3F2 F3. All right. Let's make the 500 block journey back. Empty out the inventory. Just make sure we didn't miss any ores or anything. Oh, we did this. I don't think we did, but always verify. Go back, grab torches. By the looks of it, if you need them. Grab go back, grab torches. We'll grab a few more things. I'll give the inventory a good clear out. Prepare for the next mine, which will just be a duplicate of one of these, like 3 blocks over as well. It'll be a duplicate of one of these 3 blocks over. Hey, bud. Bailey rubs. There you go. I love you. There you go. There you go. Thank you. I love you too. If we need to get back up to the surface, that's fine, but let's try to avoid that. Alright. Alright, redstone blocks. Lapis blocks. Are you okay? Are you okay, bud? Alright. Let's see here. In terms of iron, what do with the iron there? Alright. That's not bad now, is it? that said, though, we also forgot about this stuff. Alright, let's go ahead and give the flight a good check on. Estimating Baltimore with 14.6 in terms of fuel. Alright, we are currently direct to 53 north, 30 west. Then to depth. That's 3 oceanic waypoints right there. And then we get to go Frost, Echo November, Echo, Nelly, Grecky. Right. If we were to go 53 north, 40 west now, it might save us a little bit right there. It might save us a little bit of time right there. Don't know, but it might save us a little time. We got a bit of a rare situation right now where we have a bit of a tailwind. So currently estimating Baltimore at 9:16 Zulu, so in about 5 hours. We are in selected speed mode, which is Mach decimal 8 to 4. So yeah, in this current situation. Giving the dog a little loving right now. You okay, bud? You happy? Alright. Switching back over to the side. Main right there. Or sorry. You back? You back, sub? Did a bit of a mid-flight check. Blow some steam off. Over what? What do you do now? What do you do now? Just did a strip mine all the way down there, 500 blocks long. Actually got a bunch of stuff. That's what we got out of this guy only, so. There we go. Yeah, just gotta. Oh dear. Hope your friend's okay. I hope your friend is okay. I would ask all the details, but that's not any of my business. So I'm not going to. I'm not going to ask those details because, like I just said, it's not any of my business. So we'll start a fresh mine right here. Going down. Actually, what we'll do is 4. Actually, what we'll do is we'll come back that way. Now I didn't realize I had 2 iron picks right there. Started using the diamond one, but whatever. The diamond one will last for 3 whole of these strip mines. So you're currently estimating Baltimore at 9:15 Zulu. So about 5 hours. Actually, about 4.5 hours. Which seems about right. And one of the things I've learned is the FMC will give you a much more accurate time because it's also factoring in descent options. Rather, like I said multiple times now, VATSIM won't say that because VATSIM is only looking at your speed and it's only looking at your speed in comparison to how long it's going to take you, or in addition to how many miles you're looking at. So it's not factoring in deceleration. It's not factoring in your descent. How when you as you get a little lower, you you don't go as fast, right? It's not factoring those things in. So, all right. What's 510 is right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. What we're gonna do is we're gonna. Actually, I feel like. I mean, this might be a bad decision right here. But I feel like we're gonna find more new stuff if we go right here. So I'm proud of how accurate my predictions. Isn't it the same source though? Unless you changed it recently. We have a step climb in about 1,000 nautical miles, but that's fine. It's 6:42, so about, and it's after we leave Oceanic. And I'm not squawking 2,000 like I should, but that's because I was assigned to squawk code because I'm too lazy to switch back to the sim right now. I got a nice new MCDU arriving here in a few days. And so we're going to fly more Airbus on the channel again. Or we're going to begin to fly it again. Well, we never stopped flying it, but we're going to make Grumpy happy. We're going to make Grumpy happy because we're going to begin to fly more Airbus. And I think I'm kind of considering buying myself a proper receipt printer for when I fly Airbus, so I can get actual readouts of everything. Fly like a real pilot, because they actually, in the real world, they have well, actually dot matrix. I don't know if it's dot matrix printers, but they have. It might be. They have the really old style printers in most aircraft. And that's how they get ACAR stuff in the real world. And they do print it out, right? That's how they get the ATIS, right? And so I'm actually considering buying a receipt printer. The thing is that I haven't figured out quite how to do that stuff in the PMDG, because PMDG for some reason does not support it, even though it should. It 100% should. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is a much better method. 3 over instead of 2 over. But I mean, there is a risk, because there's a risk that you'll miss something right here. But at the same time, though, it kind of feels like you're discovering more new blocks. So, I don't know. Hopefully we don't miss stuff, but I know it's going to happen. I was kind of considering buying a receipt printer here soon. Especially when it comes to flying the Phoenix. Because the Phoenix, that thing lives off ACARs. I mean, that's the way to fly the Phoenix properly, and it's really nice as well. It's really nice to be able to get all that stuff. So, but I might need to create like a hot swappable mount. Finally, more iron. This is the stuff we need the most right here. That simulator has much more data than I have, and it's yeah, I don't know. The thing that I have noticed with the VAT simulator is that it just doesn't factor in descent like it should. And someone just threw something out on Discord. Actually, let me just put this phone right here because I'm getting a bunch of messages right now. So. You know, one of these days, I'm gonna do a whole tour of the setup. Because there's a lot here. One of these days. Don't know when, but I'm gonna do a whole tour of the setup because there's a lot here. And I might do it after I build the weird mount. So the 3D printer, I haven't used the 3D printer in months. And it's not because it's bad. It's just that since I had to reinstall Windows on my computer, I haven't done any printing. So I might, like I said, I might need to here soon, especially if I decide to do like a hot swappable mount for the MCDU. Oh, I want to fly Airbus. Okay, let me just swap out the FMC real quickly for the MCDU. I want to fly something else. I want to fly the triple. Then let's just hot swap it. And to be honest, I might actually build. I'm really considering building that. It wouldn't exactly be the fastest thing to make, but I think it would be necessary. Especially for a setup that I'm essentially out of USBs on. That's gonna be one risk of getting rid of swapping out the throttles because now the rudder pedals are gonna have to get hooked up to the PC via USB. And I have a cheap USB hub, which I have had issues with in the past. So, and despite me building a new desk, I don't exactly have the space for an MCDU and an FMC. So, I don't know. I don't know yet. Love to hear your thoughts on it. I need another webcam as well. The thing is that OBS is giving me a hard time with my iPad thing, and that makes me think that it doesn't properly like anything more than one or two cameras. And recently it's actually been giving me issues with the webcam again. So it might be. I have a cheapo Amazon USB hub, Amazon Basics one, but the thing is that although I haven't had that many issues recently, I have had issues with it in the past. So I don't know. It's about finding a good USB hub, a good reliable USB hub. I have another USB hub over in the other room. But that thing I have had issues with in the past with the disconnecting. And that's from Anchor. So it's about trying to find a good solid USB hub that will not have those issues. And that's the concern. And actually we've been talking a lot about it on there, not Discord, and people are having a hard time finding those now. So it's kind of annoying as well. USB hubs should just work out of the box, and they should just work reliably. It's not hard to create a new USB hub. You can lay down. You can lay down. You can lay down. Bed. So, said one of these days I'm gonna teach you how to fly. I'm gonna have to teach you one of these days how to fly, Seb. It's fun. Very, very fun. Speaking of that stuff, it's been a few days since I last checked on my position with VAT UK. What is it? Probably still 700 something if I had to guess. 750. 750. And remember, we started out at this at 1,056. So that's where we started this out at. It's going down. It's gone down a lot less recently, but it is going down slowly. Can't wait to control Eddie. Eddie is a really, really simple airport. Discord is going off. They're not Discord's going off. Can't wait to control Edinburgh Tower or Edinburgh Ground. I'd love to do those. I mean, Eddie can get a good rush at times, so. Yeah, flying is easy once you understand IFR, in my opinion. Oh, look at this. This is a nice little vein of diamonds. How's that we're on level 18 just by mining? I don't know. Actually, that was a good vein of diamonds right there. And this is what I'm talking about. That's nice, because we would have never found that if it wasn't right here. So, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. That is the call sign. British Airways Flight 229er, service to Baltimore. And of course the call sign is the same as the real aircraft, but the real aircraft landed, of course, 10 hours ago. Damn, we are on luck. You're getting a lot of luck right now with the diamonds. Damn, I'm gonna be able to go back up there immediately try to get a new pick. By the way, thank you for earlier with the Y level. Y minus 5.4 was the correct answer. Something in the works. Yo, is this a new update to VATSIM Edge they're working on? That looks great. I mean, that really looks great. And I'm actually a little surprised the previous controller didn't update the cruise altitude from flight level 360 to 380. And we're gonna have to step climb here in about 2 hours. Do a bit of a step climb. Yeah, this is new update for VATSIM Edge. Then I'm all for it because that looks really good. That is really good. Oh, yeah, it's not great. It's just not my favorite because it doesn't it gives you a lot of information, but it's just not my favorite. But if you're working on it, then perfect. That'd be wonderful. Of course, if you're able to link it to SimBrief, that'd be even better, because there's create a little application and link it to SimBrief, and that would be amazing. So yeah, my issue with Volant is that it kind of gives you a lot of information you don't really need, and it kind of doesn't look that great in my opinion. And I have it there just right now, just so people know where we're flying to, even though it's literally in the stream title. But I mean, it doesn't. If I were to move this up a little, I mean, okay, but I'm not exactly the biggest fan of that, to be honest. Kind of like it down there at the bottom. So, I don't know. And we are just getting really lucky with these diamonds right here. You're getting really lucky. How long do we have until we're back? Yeah, about another 200 blocks or so. Oh, right now it pulls from VATSIM. Nice. Nice. VATSIM or, Cibrief. I've gotten a lot of... I've heard a lot of people go and try Beyond ATC and, another one, but... Oh, nice. Pull from a browser. Yeah, that's the way that Volanta works. Volanta, what I have it do is, it's technically like a URL source, right? And so, I have to refresh it every day, or every time I do a new flight. But that's fine. That's completely fine. But what it does, it opens up like a weird HTML page, and it runs off that. I don't fully understand how it works, even though I should, because I studied and nearly passed the Network Plus certification, and then 3 months later realized I sucked at it. That AI was going to replace that job here soon. So, actually, AI, I should realize that when I used AI to help me study for that Network Plus certification, which I did not get. That was about 30 points off, with a passing score of 720. I got 690. So I got 690. My professor, who I studied with, said that was not a score to be disappointed about. Just wasn't at the certification level, but it's not like I didn't know the material. The one time I came close to passing any tests in my previous years of college. I'm not in college for a reason. I am not a... I'd make it so you could hard-code a CID and Edge would display a flight bar. Oh, that would be very, very helpful. That would be very, very helpful. That would be... Yeah, if you could do that, that would be amazing. Because I'm not... Not to mention, Volanta does use a significant amount of resources in the background. So... But yeah, that helps significantly if you could do that. That'd be amazing. And whenever I'm using it, I'll put it in the stream. Develop a good friend of the channel as at said part of too. I'll throw that in the description if you're able to do that. I'm not gonna plagiarize. I'm gonna give you credit when you deserve credit. Hang on 1 second. Do you need to go outside? Give me 30 seconds. Do you need to go outside? Alright, that's good. No, but if you get a chance, send me a DM with the info you want to... Yep. I will actually go ahead and do that now. It's only a few things. ETA. Progress. Time departed. Departure. / arrival, phase of flight. Alright, those are the few things I need. Progress, time departed, departure / arrival, and phase of flight. Those are the only things I really need. And then of course the call sign. And then maybe altitude might be useful as well. And to be honest, David was looking into something new earlier, and I might give this to him as well. Visa flight and altitude, all that would be helpful. All that would be helpful. So, also with orientation. Oh, that's actually a good question. Damn, you actually have me stuck in there. You know, I kind of like it at the bottom of the screen, but also that's not like fully the best. But yeah, horizontal works fine. Horizontal works fine. Just something that looks decent. I'm sending you that DM now, by the way. Yeah, horizontal's fine. Yeah. And then, of course, all the like departure and arrival, those should be big, but everything else can be a little smaller. Departure, arrival, and the call sign can be big, but the rest doesn't have to be that big. So the rest can be actually quite small. So just gonna continue to mine. So in a few minutes, I'm gonna begin to clean up because I have a big mess in here. So yeah, I mean, between all those, I mean, that should cover it, to be honest. Yeah, we are getting much more lucky in this strip mine than we were in the other one. Okay, why would we not have that on? Also, why is it that we're full on inventory space already? Maybe because we're getting a bit more luck. So, let's see here. Actually, we can save ourselves a bit more inventory space by doing that as well. I thought this thing had... We have not gone through that much of a... We have not gone through that many blocks. Actually, we have. Shit. Didn't do my math correct earlier. Have not. I suck at math for some reason. Oh, we got 4 viewers and now 23. And whoever's tuning in, if you want to say anything in chat, you please. Seb and I were having a conversation, and not willing. He's good bed in a moment. If you want to start another conversation, please. I'm bored. I mean, we're mining in Minecraft. I'm so bored. Mining in Minecraft, actually with significant luck this time. Significant luck. So. We need to update the channel logos here soon. Because, I mean, we're going on a year now. We're going on a year of, in my opinion, not great channel logos. Yeah, the channel logos we have are not great in my opinion. You know, I want to kind of do something that represents the channel a bit more. Maybe a Baltimore to Heathrow man. I also have a bunch of videos I need to work on slowly. So. Got a bunch of videos that I should be working on here soon. Yeah, we're just getting really lucky over here with diamonds. Any more? Nah, appear like it. Does not appear that way. Right, we really need to begin to prioritize our pickaxe durability. So you're approaching the end of that pickaxe durability, unfortunately. And yeah, basically out of space. Fuck. What do I not need on me right now? How did we get a single bit of coal? Oh, I know how. That. Knock that out. Don't need that rotten flesh either. Don't need that rotten flesh. So just doing a little bit of mining, or sorry, a lot of mining while we're at cruise. A lot of mining, and I'm gonna off the dog back in. I am peckish though. I am quite peckish. You should be approaching the end of this mine in a moment. Any second now, I reckon. The question is, will we hit one more vein of diamonds before we get to the end of this? I don't think so. I don't think so. Though I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I doubt it. Unless there's diamonds right under there. Is there not? Alright. That was one extremely successful one of those. Alright. And then in terms of tough. There we go. In terms of diamonds, looking solid. Didn't get that many, that much lapis right there. Got a little bit more of this stuff. Bit more of that. We're up to 27 diamonds, plus a few more in a few other places. That's not bad now at all, is it? That's not bad now. And we got a bit more, iron as well. Got as many of those up in blocks as possible. In terms of diamonds, that's not bad now. I'm actually really happy with that amount of diamonds. Well, I guess for the next unit, what we can do. Guess for the next units, what we can do is, I guess we can expand this. I guess we get to expand this for the next few moments. Actually, what I want to do is, take some of this. Yeah, do it that way. Run this up. And yeah, once we get to decent level, what I want to do is I kind of want to connect this up with the mine that we already have, or sorry, with the mine that we started. Just don't know the best way to do that. Just don't really know the best way to do that without looking weird. I guess once we know how I want it to be done, it'll be easy. I never... I might have never done this. Alright, let's see here. Yeah. I might have never... So what Y level is this? This is Y11. That's Y11. What we need to figure out now is what we need to do is we need to figure out... Why do we just get a massive flag spike right there? I want to hook this mine up to what we have right here. Because eventually this is going to be the permanent mine. And actually now's a good chance to try to figure that out. It's nice and... This mine here's nice and big. Alright, let's see here. So, 6 wide. I remember why now. 1, 2. Alright, let's take a look here. If we were to come... Actually, don't know. Don't know, because... Actually, what are the coordinates of this? Oh, wait, it's going that way, isn't it? If it's going that way, I don't know. It's going... Because it's going that way. I don't know. I don't know about that. Don't know. Yuck. Might just be worth trying to get that down all the way and then just connect it up via a tunnel. We already have a little bit of an established mine over there, though. Yuck. Might have royally fucked this up. Never gonna get all the way down to minus 49 or whatever. Minus 54 right there. Alright. I think now's a good chance to go check in on the villagers, see if they've bred a single villager yet. See if they've bred a single villager yet. Oh shit. Yeah, it's right here, so. Fucking die again. Fuck. I see where as well. Probably worth trying to get a conduit around here. Here, let me grab a trapdoor as well because the trapdoor will allow me to breathe. Well, that is out of surface, and let me dive a few more buckets over here as well. I have a few more buckets. I do. Well, it's only one, but one should be enough. Damn, we've died now a few times. That's annoying, because I'm going to have to figure that out. It's halfway up as well. The worst possible spot for it to happen. The worst possible spot. Well, there goes all my levels. Well, there's that. It's taking forever. This is taking forever. Try to get back up here before I run out of bubbles. You can make it. There goes the hunger issue. See here. Have to do this a few more times. Should not have hesitated there. I gotta grab one more. One more. And we should be able to figure it out. Alright. There we go. Fixed. 100% fixed now. %100% fixed. Do we have any new villagers up here yet? We do not. It's kind of getting annoying. And again, we haven't been up here to take a look, so... Get out of this way. Alright, are you guys gonna breed? It's kind of like you guys to breed, please. This is a design that worked well in the past. I guess I need to go and fill your inventories up with bread again, which I don't exactly have to give you right now. Actually, you know what would be handy? One of these FMCs, but for a stream deck. That'd be really handy, actually. Nice big stream deck. Of course, all within arm's reach. That would be really nice. That would be really nice. Actually, here's on that. Here's an idea. AM5 memory. And I'll buy a CPU for myself. AM5 motherboard. Well, actually, how long has AM5 been around for now? How long has AM5 been around for? Because if it's been around for a while now, AM5. People are asking me, well, what do I want for Christmas? Here's how about this? Tell one person I want an extra computer case. Tell another person I want an extra I want a new motherboard. Tell another person I want some memory, some DDR5 memory, and there we go. Now all I have to do is put up the money for a CPU, which admittedly might be a little expensive, but I might not be CPU limited after that. So that'd be quite handy if we're not CPU limited after that. We can run on ultra settings in the sim. Alright. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I need to run to the restroom. For now, Unicom 122.8. Macaronis. I'm back. Alright, has this villager breeder produced a single one yet? Don't think so. I think the next thing we need to do is build a mob farm, because I'd kind of like to get some decent hardware. I'd kind of like to do that. I'd kind of like to get some decent hardware, but I can't really do that without thing. But at the same time, though, it'd have to be up here. Should we just get a bunch of deep slate? So that's not actually that far-fetched of an option to build a mob farm up here. Actually, hang on. Do we have a spawning spear? So if I could just AFK up here, do both, that'd be super convenient. If I could just AFK right here. Now these villagers are doing what they need to do. Let's see here. Slash trigger. We do not have them. Or is it slash? Well, actually, hang on. It might be in functions. Yes, spawning spear blue. Spawning sphere create blue sphere. Alright. So this here is a sphere of, okay, mobs can spawn within this sphere. Mobs can't spawn outside of that sphere. Okay. So, so from that position right there, mobs can spawn anywhere within this sphere. Okay, which basically means we're set in terms of not having anything spawn while we're up there. That's basically what that means, because actually that's precisely what that means, because nothing can spawn over here, so you've lit everything up. Right. That's like the bottom of it. Like the bottom of it's right here. So you've actually done a great job at placing that height correctly for putting a mob spawner up there, or a farm up there. Right, and so in that case, what I'm going to recommend is we build a few spawning platforms there. Right, and we'll do it out of deep slate. It'll look ugly. Dress it up later. Right, but if you build a few spawning platforms there, okay. Build a bit of a water tunnel. Flow them up there, right. Then we can put a little mob farm right there. Maybe even hook up another portal. Get to the nether ceiling. Actually, that's something that might do that right now, actually. Put another portal up there. Just make it a little easier for us to get up there. But yeah, no, you can actually see that the bottom of this is underwater. So, we're completely fine on that front, to be honest. And the reason that you would want this is you don't want to... Yeah. Now, the fact that it's not a slash trigger is kind of annoying, but that's fine. But anyway, so from that position up there, that's where it'd be. That's actually a really smart idea. That's actually a really smart idea, not gonna lie. We might do that. We might do that. Yeah. Alright. Real quickly, I want some of those. Grab some more later. What do we need in order to break bedrock? method, or facing, okay, braking. Yeah, it's this method right there. We need lots of creeper TNT. Actually, I have been collecting some of that stuff. Because I don't want any significant surprises when inevitably we do get that. In terms of sand, that's enough for a few bits of TNT, not anything too crazy though. Might need to go and grab some sand from the desert. Alright, well, tell you what, let's build a mob farm first, because for now I can just live with it. Yeah, let's build up a mob farm first then. With the newly gathered shitloads of deep slate. For this, I'm tempted to expand that out there. This doesn't work quite that well. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab all that deep slate, or as much of it as possible. I mean, we'll dress it up with cobblestone later. Or, we'll dress it up later. But make it look good. But for right now, functionality over looks. And I am getting even more peckish than I was before. Which means I am, like, truly peckish. And it's 12:31, which means nothing is open. For me to run to real quick. Nothing is open for me to ungrab this thing. Unfortunately. Alright, give me all that. I mean, we don't need that. Because it's going to be so efficient, we don't actually, like, need that many things. Right. Because it's going to be so efficient already, we don't need that many platforms. Right. We only need, like, 2 or 3 big platforms, to be honest. I'll try to make it in the form in a good way as well. I'll try to make it look good as well. For right now, though, do all those. And then do all those as well. Alright, and then, oh, actually, we have some bamboo around here. Because I harvested a lot of it. What I want to do is I want to begin to use scaffolding again. Scaffolding is so convenient. If not, we can easily grab some. I feel like we should have some bamboo around here. I feel like we should have some bamboo. Oh, let's go quickly grab some then. I mean, we're surrounded by jungle, so we should have some, but we don't apparently. And have people tuned in for some Minecraft entertainment? Is that what's happened? Some Minecraft entertainment. Someone's been with us for nearly an hour now. Some viewers been with us for nearly an hour. It's for about an hour, actually. Am I providing this that bit of entertainment? Or is that what we're actually averaging? And we'll dive a bunch of times while doing this, I reckon. Where's the closest bamboo forest? Because we need a bunch more bamboo than this. I'd like to kind of get it kind of fast. Without having to climb everywhere. Should have a bamboo forest over here, I think. You should have one over here. For right now, I'll just harvest the area out of bamboo. So I don't know. I don't need. I need like a stack of it, or only a few stacks of the stuff, and it's so common throughout the jungle that it's not that hard to get. It's not that hard to get a hold of. We got loads of melons, but we gotta upgrade some farms here soon. We really do. Was I aware that we had a another birch forest over here? I feel like I was aware of that, but at some point in time. Actually, this is an area that we haven't yet explored, to be honest. It's kind of just beyond this jungle here. So over here is an area that we haven't really explored that much. That, and then also far over there. I'm gonna go visit Woodland Mansion one of these days. Well, that's the edge of this. Then that's just a small little jungle right there. I know that there's still remaining bits of the jungle all the way over there. So it's like, I don't know. I really don't know. Past CN Village, which is actually a lot closer than we realize. Oh, come on. Rain. Really? Actually, this ain't just rain. This is a thunderstorm. It's too dark. It's too dark for rain. It's actually like a thunderstorm. That is the most useless building we've made. You built it to be able to take a look at the thing, but yet up there does a better job at that. So we built it to have a better look at the base. Yet up there is better. So. Right, well, you don't want to sleep during nights in the thunderstorms. Let's sleep during the thunderstorm then. Then we'll need a few dispensers, though. We will need a few dispensers. Alright. Let's begin to build this thing up. It'll be a massive fucking building. So, let's take a look here. So we do have a few options in terms of ways we could do this. We're gonna do it a different way than most people would say. We're gonna build a few spawning platforms. It doesn't have to be too terribly efficient because it'll pay for itself in terms of efficiency, right? Don't have to do that many spawning platforms. You have to do though is that. Actually, give me one. Give me a few of those. And real quickly, let me go ahead and make some scaffolding because we're gonna need it because we're gonna begin to knock this out. Just take a look at the flight real quickly. We get a step climb in about an hour. And how long till to that? That won't make any difference. Probably about an hour till 2 depth. Till 2 depth. And yeah. Alright. Just need some string. Just need a little bit of string. Actually, we're about to Well, actually, in terms of string's not too bad at all. Why is string not too bad at all? Because we have add-ons. Scaffolding. May there be scaffolding. What's so nice about scaffolding? Well, scaffolding's nice because I can build it up. Alright. Let's see here. Yeah, I figure that this is a good height to begin this at. Alright, and we'll go ahead and remove that in a moment. Alright, so what we'll do here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, and the shape of this is kind of going to look weird. But trust me when I say that's fine. The shape of this is kind of going to look weird. Let's see here. And we're talking about efficiency here. I'm not talking about in terms of good stuff here. Alright, and then having like a 3-block margin for what I have to put down here, that's fine. And eventually I'll have to do something down here. That's fine. Which means that I have to build up the rest of this. Yeah, Omango, or I think it was Omango. It might have been one of the other two. Genob. I think that's what its name is. I forget. One of them made the perfect way to do this, right? And so hopefully that reaches perfectly. Yes, it does. You recommend that we kind of just continue this pattern all the way around? We're not going to do that because I'm a lazy bum. Right. I'm a lazy bum. Anyway, we'll do that. Now I have that base outline completed. We'll knock this out. And actually, for right now, we'll just chuck that away because that's fine. Right, and essentially what they found is the more layers you have doesn't exactly equal how the more efficiency they're going to have. They actually found that the best way to do it is by cycling this stuff in an appropriate way, and by alternating the platform, so you're always spawning, essentially. That's what they found. Found that if you're always spawning, then that's going to work better. That's going to work better than if you're not spawning, and they're not wrong. So that's exactly what we're gonna kind of do here. And this is kind of an old Mumbo design is in a way as well. Kind of. A really old, when I say a really old Mumbo design, I mean really, really old. Actually, Mumbo held the most efficient mob farm until N-Bomb and whatnot decided to make this design. They held that record. He held that record for a while, and it wasn't really possible until observers came about that he wasn't that he was properly able to get rid of this design as well. So that they were able to properly beat the old design. So I remember that because I was a player in that. I remember when all that happened and all that played out. But yeah, no, Mumbo's design was flawless until N-Bomb came out with his, or it was N-Bomb or El Mango. It was one of those two. Can't remember. But yeah, and his still remains quite efficient. His original design is still nothing to be ashamed about. So, but anyway, if you want to improve your mob farm efficiency, the absolute best way to do it is by lighting up your caves. Right, light up your caves first and foremost. Don't be lazy when it comes to that. Like, properly light them up. Get some spawning spheres, or just dig it out. Digging it out is another option. Or put it up in the sky. Or put your AFK spot up in the sky to the point where you're only really doing it for a few. Right. That's the next best way to do this. So, yeah, this small little design we're building right now is not, like I said it a few times now, it's not the most efficient design in the world. It's not. It's far from. But it's just a little design we can mock up real quickly. I only have one Minecraft world right now, and I would rather keep that and play Minecraft the correct way, just with a few additions such as this spawning sphere. And eventually we're going to enclose this even more. Be crystal clear. Why are we doing slabs instead? Well, that gives us the max height. That gives us the max height in terms of everything. Right, and so you can spawn stuff that's a little higher than that. Right. It also gives them a little bit more space just to help improve efficiency when you're dealing with the water. Not that it's really going to matter here. It also saves on the resource front a little. Not by much, but a little. So, to be honest, any mob farm design in Minecraft will be 100% efficient. If you're dispensing the water correctly, right, or if you're moving the mobs correctly, and you've lit up your caves, and they should all be about the same efficiency, assuming that they're dark enough to spawn. If they're dark enough to spawn mobs, and they're all pretty much good. So, that's the way to improve your efficiency. I'm an idiot. Did not do that correctly at all. Alright, and we'll continue just to build this up while materials will last. We don't need that many layers of it. That's though a few layers would be helpful. A few more. We'll go maybe 3 or 4 more. Maybe even up until that spawning sphere right there. Just remember, we have to build kind of like an outer enclosure for this, in a way, but also like not. We need to build an outer enclosure for this as well. We also need to build the rest of the enclosure, which will be like out. Actually, might better just expand that, right, to be honest, right there. Alright. I'll say this does make it lag a little bit. Minecraft lacking on 4060 and whatever other processor I have is ridiculous. In fairness, though, I do have a really powerful system compared to most. I'm rocking a freaking 4060 and 32 gigs of RAM and let's see here, a 5900 XT processor, which is the highest you can get on the or second highest or second most powerful processor you can get on the AM4 platform. Actually, we were just thinking about that earlier. I'm kind of considering like a weird upgrade in a way, but it's like it would be a new computer, but I already have kind of this power supply, the storage. It just literally be convincing a few people to buy me a few individual parts, right? It would quite literally be this fat ass convinces. So one person to buy a case, one person to buy a motherboard, one person to purchase me some DDR5 memory, and then I'll take care of the CPU myself, right? And then between all that, I can probably solve my CPU limitation issue entirely, right? But yeah, if you know that, I should be able to solve my CPU limitation entirely. And then you're off to the races when it comes to flight sim, because I've heard that SU4 performance is truly like game changing. It actually like solves some of the same issue I had in 2020. It also solves the main issue that I have in 2024 being main thread limitation. Right. Gets you back to being VRAM limited. Which is amazing. Because now if you're that removes the biggest bottleneck, which for me has the VRAM the VRAM limitation for me has not really that much existed. It was previously a big VRAM limitation, but since they removed a lot of that VRAM issue, it's been the main thread, and that's just been causing a lot of issues because the main thread like wasn't figured out before the most recent updates for Microsoft Flight Sim. But now, but with SU4, from what I understand, it's like you are purely main thread limited. Or sorry, it's like you are purely VRAM limited and in a good way, right? You can actually run in what should be an ultra capable system. You're like actually like truly in like ultra mode. From what I understand with SU4. So you're actually like truly running ultra settings, which is amazing if that's true. And that's like with no image scaling, right? Which is what I'm using. I swear by NIS, NVIDIA image scaling, right? I swear by NIS because it worked. It saved my arse so many times. The only reason that I have as good of frame rates as I have right now with NIS or with Microsoft Flight Sim is because of NIS. So, right, and essentially what it is I have everything being rendered at whatever is half of 1080p, right? NIS is upgrading the whole system to run at 1080, right? And so you're getting what I think 480p quality, right? On the entire system, 480p quality on the entire system, and that just helps to render the frames. That just helps in terms of the frames overall, and it's so nice to have, right? It's not DLSS. It's not DLSS. It's NIS, and because it's doing it to the whole system, there's very little AI involved, right? but when it works, it's nice. And it works quite well for me. That's kind of why I swear by it. So anyway, let's take a look here. Take a look here. Need to just throw some slab chappies on top of this, just to prevent anything from spawning. You know, actually, while we're up here, we'll go ahead and figure out the rest of this. Because I think that all we need to do when it comes to this is, oh, we are going to be spider limited though. Let's come out by another block. Let's come out by another block because I think we should. 2, 3, and yeah. Well, actually, if we don't want to be spider limited, then let's come out by one more block. Right. So there's 2 of those. And I guess what that means is we can now get rid of this. Well, actually, we're going to be spider limited in anyway. Yeah, it's only a few extra blocks, I'm not worried. We're going to be spider limited anyway. And I just realized I wasted a bunch of slabs right there. That's fine. Come up there and add that final slab in a bit. Alright, let's come down here. Let's begin to build this up a bit more. First off, let's take a look at what this looks like from down here. Hey, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight to Baltimore. Welcome aboard Aiden Aviation. So, well, that's a small little compact mob farm, but it'll be a good one. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 229er 2 with service now to Baltimore Washington International Airport. Sorry, Baltimore Washington Thurgood Marshall International Airport. So, all right, that's. I mean, it's not that big, but I mean, it'll work. It'll work quite well because there's the only blocks that mobs can actually spawn on for a pretty significant area. What we'll do is funnel all these mobs down into one area. We'll ignore all the spiders because there's not much we can do about the spiders. You know what? I want to do it. Let me just come out here a little. Alright. Alright, let's take a look here and then that right there will help me out a little. Okay, come down by 3, I guess. That'll be fine right there. Try to get the shaping correct. Try to keep the shaping correct. Yeah. Anyway, welcome aboard this British Airways flight. Sorry, British Airways and Airnaut flight. Actually, that right there can say. Service now, Baltimore Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport. So, all right, let's take a look here. So, we have that. How do I want to do this?
in terms of this water, because I have to do some water here. Actually, what we'll do is this. Alright, we'll do this. Then how far out do I want to come? Let's see here. 4, 5. Is it? Yeah, 5 would be fine. Let me just build this outline real quickly. Yeah. We'll take a look at update the flight here soonish. We will update the flight here soonish. Let's see here. Alright. That right there will work for getting up there, and then
Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Not helpful.
alright. And yeah, I forgot to knock out that layer of slabs, that's fine. We're gonna be spider limited anyway, that's fine though. Alright. And then in terms of the way I want this, we can funnel all these guys over here, I guess. Oh, yeah, over here. One of the things I've learned over my years of Minecraft is with the water, it's like putting a water thing like right here, that's, you're always going to get a mob trapped right there. Right, you want to do a continuous flow of water, and then you want to drop down if you need to change direction. If you need to change directions, you want to drop down a little. Take care of that in a few moments, though. For right now, though, let's go ahead and build up. Yeah, always drop down if you want to. If you want to change directions, you need to like drop down with the water in Minecraft, especially when it comes to moving mobs. That's the best way I found. Drop down the block and you're good. And then also that avoids any issues with the signage, which can be an issue. I'm bored and I'm hungry. We actually don't have that much longer until we're oceanic, or until we're done with oceanic. Let me just. Yeah, that's fine. And then, hang on. I just whacked my stick for some reason. Autopilot's still on, right? Should be. Yeah. Alright, and then actually, if we were to go direct to Frost, what kind of... No, I'll pass on that. I'll pass on that. So I'm looking at my FMC here, just trying to determine whether or not to put in a direct waypoint. No, we're direct to depth now. Go direct to... No, that's not the same. No, we're pretty much on the same heading for a while now. We're pretty much on the same heading for a while now. That's fine though. This is my final stack. It is, unfortunately. That's fine. I'll have to go down and grab some anyway. That is a non-issue.
I have to go down and grab some anyway. Now, just how long will this last us? Not long at all. Alright. Let's go back down and quickly grab some more deep slate. Which we do have because of our mining. In terms of looks, it could be better. Could be better in terms of looks. Also not looking 100% horrendous yet. Keyword being yet. We need this mob farm. We need it in terms of XP and also in terms of just overall resources. I mean, having bones would be helpful. Having bones would be helpful for bone blocks. Having rotten flesh would be helpful for trading with clerics when we do eventually trade with clerics. Having gunpowder would be helpful in terms of rockets when we do eventually get an elytra. Just instead of elytra. Okay, we won't need that much, but no, for right now. Right, it'll be helpful in terms of getting a decent set of elytra. It'll be helpful in terms of a whole lot of things. So. Polished deep slate. So. And then, not to mention, it'll get us a little bit of everything else. What else will it get us? I mean, it won't get us any string, but we also have a pretty good string farm as is. Just in terms of the sheet, because I have an add-on that helps us out with that. I have an add-on that helps us out with the string. I did a data pack, so we can shear sheep for string instead of kill spiders, which is helpful, quite helpful actually. Yeah, I have an add-on that helps us out with on that front. And just a matter of building a bit of a thing. In terms of dealing with a little bit of redstone, and I'm thinking in terms of the redstone, we're just gonna do a basic little repeater clock. I'm thinking that's the way I'm gonna do it. Though we could theoretically do one of those hopper timers. The Heathrow hopper timer. It's been forever since I last built one of those. And I do actually have the sticky pistons for it. I do actually have these sticky pistons when it comes to the auto hopper. At least I think they're sticky pistons anyway. It's been so long since I built one. Don't really know, to be honest. You also need it in terms of we also need to work on the killing chamber. I'm trying to avoid building hoppers right now, or making hoppers, sorry. But I'm gonna have to here soon. Anyway, coming down here, need to do is I need to get rid of all those. Not because those are bad, but because we need to. Need to get rid of all of those. Then I'm thinking we're gonna get these guys going via the corner. 2, 3, 4. And then, we need to build an elevator that goes all the way up there. How am I gonna do that? What's the best way to do that? What's the best way to do that? Because I don't know. I don't know what the best way to do that is. So I kind of would like just to drop them in. I just want to drop the mobs in. That would be the best way to do it. But don't know the best way to do that. I will figure it out. Might be a little bit of signage, which I'm kind of trying to avoid. Alright, I see here. There you go. So, let's see here. In terms of this. Oh. Let's see here. This is going to be an issue. It's going to be the worst possible area for this to happen. Might need some silence in a moment. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, for right now, let's go ahead and build it where this water tower would be. It's going to be right here. We don't need a bit of salt sand, but we should have plenty. Well, I actually don't know if we have any of that around because we died in another recently. Then we went to grab some. Oh, not grab some, but we should still have some. Let's see here. By the way, to the two viewers who have been tuned in for ages now, thank you. You guys deserve my appreciation, and you guys have it. Thank you for supporting the channel. The very shit channel, by the way. Just say I'm gonna call my channel shit because I don't think it's that good, to be honest. Many of me are only at 118 subscribers, but still. Oh, hang on. 131.900. We literally just got the oceanic controller. We literally just got the oceanic controller. They're probably going to tell us to monitor Unicom, though, to be honest.
US unit controller, Speedbird 2 to Bravo Heavy, direct to depth.
Speedbird 2 to Bravo, Gander radio, hello at 50 West, monitor advisory 122 over.
Continue to monitor advisory 122.8, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. That was kind of waste. I kind of knew that was going to happen, though. Continue to monitor advisory 122.8. Yeah. There goes the excitement. I go off to Minecraft, I guess. That's fine, though. Actually, real quickly, let's take a look here. So, that's where we are right now. Yeah, we are kind of at the edge of this guy's airspace. We're going to come down here, arrive at the Trish 4, and what is the current METAR for Baltimore? What is the current METAR for Baltimore? The wind, let's see here. Visibility, 10 static miles. Visibility, wind, actually calm wind. Clouds, few. Damn, it's actually, this will be a pretty decent arrival into Baltimore for once. We should be able to do the RNAV for 28. 28 arrival for Baltimore by the looks of it. Just based on that METAR. But we still have a while. Now's a good time to do a bit of a mid-flight check-in. Go ahead and give y'all a yoke view, actually, because I have the FMC here. Didn't show y'all the FMC while I put it in my end. We are estimating Baltimore. Holy shit, we're estimating Baltimore with 15.7 in terms of fuel. It's always nice to get a good estimate. Or it's always nice to get an estimate on the low side in terms of arrivals. Estimating Baltimore at time 909. See, that's actually just over. That's actually just under 3 hours out. Let's take a look here. They can throw in the Trish 4 arrival. Noogie transition. Anything updated? No. And actually, we do have a step climb. We're actually recommending now level 400. Let's actually go ahead and do that now. Traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy step climb now, flight level 400 traffic. Flight level 400 as in our VNAV, it is currently recommending flight level 400. We'll go ahead and execute that. Throw that in. So, and that's nice though. So our original ETA was 5.9, which was closer to the end of the hour than it was to the beginning of the hour. Our ETA now is quite nice. So, yeah. Now, has WinWing shipped my new MCDU yet? It's been they shipped it quite fast last time when I ordered it. When I ordered this thing only about a week ago. To be honest, I might have it by Sunday. No shit, I didn't realize. Got some new gloves. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go upstairs, verify that my gloves actually arrived, and I'll be right back in a few moments.
back, and they did arrive, and I didn't realize this. They're actually the same exact gloves I bought last year, which is fine. Back over to Minecraft, I think. Side main. Let's continue to build up this mob farm. So I actually have quite a ways to go. Is this gonna be enough? Ah, it should be. Should be enough, stone. Sorry, enough deep slate. Should absolutely be enough. Oh, I kinda doubt it. It's a fair amount, so I can't say no. Can't say it won't be enough. Two, three. Now we're inside of the smaller spawning sphere. And I clearly was not thinking when I did this, because now that's going to interfere directly with that. And so now we're going to have to do an extra little bit. Nah, I'll figure that out though. So here, let's bring these guys along over here. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then on 8, what we'll do is this. On 8, we'll just do a bit of a climb right there. A bit of a step up. Make this look decent in the meantime. When you're talking about stuff that you're going to see from the ground quite well, you gotta put in the resources to make it look decent. Right? Not to cut corners like I just did, and unintentionally as well. I gotta put in the time, gotta put in the effort, and your hard effort will reward you in Minecraft. In Minecraft, after all my years of Minecraft, one thing I have learned is that your hard effort will be rewarded. Throw that right there. Hard effort in Minecraft is rewarded. Until you run out of stone. Actually, even then it's fine. Let me just quickly... Not that this is that big of a deal, but... Let me just make some slabs real quickly. slab up all that. All that there needs to get slabbed. Actually, not all of it, to be honest. There's that guy right there. And I'll bring these guys up a bit more as well. We'll bring these guys up a bit more. And then we'll run out. That's good. Whether or not this is going to be enough is a good question. Let's see here. Yeah, no, it's not gonna be enough. Anyway, what I can do though is do this. Right, and so what will happen is these guys will fall right there, and yeah, that's gonna be the goal anyway. Gonna be the goal anyway. All right. So here, I need a bit more deep slate. I need a bit more deep slate. I need a bit more deep slate. Now, how obvious is it that it turned down here that it doesn't like properly connect? It's a little obvious. Well, it's not obvious. I mean, you have to like properly look, but I mean, it's you can tell. You can tell. You can absolutely tell that it doesn't connect, but only if you look closely. Not ashamed. Not too ashamed with that. I'm not too ashamed with that. Alright, we just need a bit more deep slate, which I know we have down here. We need a bit more deep slate. But not actually that much deep slate. Not that much at all. By the way, we are direct to frost. The net frost will begin to... Actually, after the next two, then we'll begin to take a look at our descent. We should be arriving... It is... Just paying attention more to VPod right now. Just rotate that. Let me just rotate this over so I can see the Zulu time. It's 6:30 Zulu time right now. Not bad. That's here. Let's see here. Yeah. Alright, just give me that. I don't actually need that much more of the stuff. Just need... Actually, I think, to be honest, that would do. And it's only another stack, but it's quite literally only another stack that I need. Plus, we should have some more up here, to be honest. We should have some more somewhere. And if not, then we get to go mining again, which we are probably going to end up doing anyway, because we're probably going to finish this thing up within the next half an hour or so. And we'll still have probably an hour beyond that. Unless we're going to test it, which, that could be it. That could eat an hour, but, that could eat up an hour. But, I mean, mining will only take an hour as well, so. Let's see here. Yeah, another set of use late. Almost a stack right there. And I think that might be it that we have. Yeah, I think so. Alright. Tell you what, let me grab everything we'll need for this next phase, because this next phase, so we'll need a little kale. There's some saw sand. There's that. In terms of signs, we'll need a few more than that. 6. Well, 6 cut it now. Yeah, there's a bit more. There's a few more. Here's some redstone. We have more right there. Then we just need some dispensers as well, which we can easily make. How many dispensers do we need? Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, 8 dispensers and 8 buckets of water. And there's a dispenser right there, by the way. So that saves us a little bit more. Actually, our bigger concern might actually be wood. So that's here. We need 1. Where is it? Yeah, our bigger concern might be wood, actually. Let's see here. What does that look like now? How many does that give us? 4. Stick limitation. 4. So that's 6 right there. I just need 2 more. And I think I'm essentially out of wood, I think, is the issue. I think I'm essentially out of wood. I think that's our biggest issue, to be honest, right now. And 2 dispenses 1, 2. Alright, that's 8 dispensers right there, and we need a few buckets. Now, bucket. I feel like we need to go back. I feel like we need to go mining again before we finish this thing up. I feel like we need to. Because in terms of iron, let's see here. Yeah, I feel like we need to go mining again, because I feel like our limitation right now is is actually iron.
And we could try to go back over to the other village, hope that we spawn in a bunch of golems. I mean, we only don't need that much more iron, but at the same time that we do need more iron. So, we do need more iron. I'm trying to think here. Where would I have any more iron? Aside from in caves. Oh, we have some more, but 14 bits gonna be enough. No, it's 18 bits we need. Let's finish this up later. Let's go mining again because I think we need the resources. I think that we need the resources. Slash. Let me just reopen this LAN. Function. Spawning sphere, remove blue sphere. There you go. There we go. That got rid of that. Okay. The other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit the world file just so we can continue to use cheats entirely. I'm gonna edit the world file real quickly just so we can continue to use cheats entirely. Let's see here. Optimize world. Oh wait, that's new. Loading, upgrading all strings. Here. Is it under recreate maybe? World. There we go. New world. Test. Let's see here. Unless it just takes the seed away. Which it might. That's because it does. I don't know. Because we kind of need to enable traits. Options. I don't know. Anyway, let's go back. Let's go mining because I'm bored. Let's go mining because we kind of need some stuff. Turn me that. Now we'll chuck that old diamond pick in there. And someone go mining in the other direction. Do we have any more coal? We do. We might need to do some proper caving here soon. Because we might actually have to do some proper caving here soon. Because we are out of a few things. You know, actually, instead of mining, let's do it. Let's go and gather up just shitloads of resources up above, because we're out of wood. We're out of a lot of other stuff. We're out of wood. We're out of, I mean, we're out of deep slate now. That's kind of my fault, right? We've kind of been out of deep slate for a while now. Or deep slate we can easily grab. But for right now,
Right, we kinda need wood. We kinda need to do some caving. In terms of coal, so that's like all surface level things right there. Try to clear out some space over here. That's what I'm thinking. Try to clean up the area a little, or begin to make use of this jungle in terms of just like cleaning it up, trying to get rid of it. Then you could get rid of it with a flint and steel, but that doesn't solve the cleanup issue. That doesn't solve the cleanup issue of this jungle. And we do need the wood. And kinda badly. Yeah, so that's what we'll do for right now. Well, but an hour on it. So, and then in an hour anyway, we should kind of begin to think about our descent into Baltimore. We should kind of begin to think about our descent into Baltimore. So. Yeah. I'll just try to begin to clean up the area a little. Unfortunately, that means going after some oak trees, but that's fine. We can go after the oak trees a little. Don't actually have that much in oak. Trees like that get burnt. Actually, let me go grab a flint and steel for bits like that, because trees like that are never gonna get chopped down. They're not worth it. I mean, they provide a lot of wood, but I mean, they provide basically nothing in terms of time value, because it's like you spend 5 minutes chopping down a single one. Yeah, you spend 5 minutes chopping down a single one. It's like, at which point in time it's kind of like, what's the point, See here, we got that. Overall, just try to clean up the area. Which I think would do for the rest of it. Try to clean up the area a little. Get resources that way. By cleaning up the area. And we get loads of sticks with this method as well. We can accept some oak wood. See here. There we go. Now that's one area clean. What about over here? What can we do over here? No, I'm out of topics to talk about. I'm out of them. I'm out of topics to talk about. I'm out of topics to talk about. Unfortunately, I don't have any more. That's why I need Seb here. I need Seb back. He knows what to talk about. And we can talk about the government shutdown ending, because yeah, that thing is now officially ended. Everyone's getting paid now. And let me just say, I'm happy that it's finally done. I'm happy that it's over. At the same time, though, seriously, you had to fucking cave. It's like, what you have is, you literally, if you don't cave, you will literally win the next election. They had to fucking cave. They had to fucking cave. It's like you had the next election in your grasps. I mean, you saw that. It's like the Democrats, they saw last week's voting results. It's like, even in seats in which they would never win, you didn't just show that you had chances, you showed that you would basically win in states that you showed that you basically would win in nearly every election. Basically, not a single, I don't think very many Republicans at all won last Tuesday. It's like, this admin is destroying itself, right? It's like you had it in your, it's like, you had leverage. You had leverage then. You can continue to have leverage. With that said, though, let's talk about it in this other form. Ending the shutdown now, it gives everyone a bit of a break right before the holiday season. It gives us time to figure stuff out. And so, from that standpoint, okay. Try to bucket this. Fail. Hey, whatever. Alright, let's get serious about... I got 2 stacks of wood now. How long do we have? About 2 hours. About 2 hours left, so... begin to do some caving in a little bit. I think we should cut... I think I should cut down this tree, and then we'll... call it at that. In terms of the caving, or in terms of the resource gathering. We only really need a stack of wood, or a few stacks of wood every now and then. So it doesn't take us much to grab a stack of wood if we need it. You know, we live right next to a jungle, for fuck's sake. So. Yeah, we live right next to a jungle, so it's like getting wood is not that hard. And whenever we need the stack of wood, we can grab it. We'll also need to clean up the chests in a moment, just to try to figure out Okay, what on earth do we actually have? Which is always my failure, because I can never find anything. And actually, that's the same in real life as well. I need to spend a few hours in a few days just cleaning everything up. Cleaning up my tools, cleaning up the room. Actually, I'm going to clean up the room legitimately tonight after this stream. I think I'm realizing that we're not going to get to cleaning up the room now, are we? Not going to get to cleaning up the room now. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm peckish. I might actually legitimately have to go eat something in a few minutes, because I am quite peckish. So yeah, to the one viewer watching, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave you for probably about 10 minutes or so. I go figure out a bite to eat. Jeez, I'm hungry. Alright, in terms of wood, I think that'll be fine for a bit. That'll be fine for now, at least. Alright. To the single viewer watching, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go now to the two viewers watching. I'm gonna go upstairs, grab a bite to eat, probably eat it. Do that in a few moments. For now, you should be able to watch the flight. Right. For now, watch the flight, and yeah. Anyway. Be back in a little bit. And I have returned. I have returned now. I have returned now from Bite to Eat. So, all that's good. Passing Frost now. That gives us... let's see here. Tells us we got about 2 hours until we are at Baltimore. Begin to pay attention more to our descent here shortly. Give me 30 seconds. Let me just rush it real quickly because apparently that makes sense. Back already. Alright, let's see here. First things first, this range can go up a little. So, yeah, I'd say we got about another hour before we have to be paying attention. So let's go back to Minecraft. I think is a good idea. Valanta, will you please work? Yes, you will. I think we'll go back to Minecraft for a bit. Just because I'm still got about an hour left. So, alright. Let's do a bit of caving then. Actually, we're gonna do this caving a bit of a different method. This caving this time. We are going to begin it over there. We're gonna go over to Village to do it. I'm gonna go do it over at Village because that'll give us enough separation to the point where we won't run into everything over here. What that's in terms of food, I surely have a bit more food. How do I get a bottom of enchanting? Don't remember. We got that. Yeah, let's see here. Just in terms of food. You need to go upstairs and trade a little. Well, you might have to. We might have to. You know, let's go quickly. You're gonna hate this, but let's go trade this emerald block away for some food real quickly. And then we'll go off to the village over there. And do a bit of mining. A bit of just surface caving, try to get as much iron as possible. We'll try to get some coal because we are basically out of those entirely. And here soon that we're gonna have to make a weather skeleton farm. And that will solve our issue. So which one of it does you? Let's see here. For 6 bread. Yeah. I think bread's a bit more worth it. Alright. See you guys later. See y'all later. Alright, let's go off. Let's go caving. Because, we need to. Where's the boat? Where's the boat at? There it is. It's over here. Let's go caving. It should. Let's go caving. come over to village. We'll come over here to old village, or to new village to do this caving, because that's a good move, I think. We should have a few entry points over here. It's good. That's a good move, and I think that'll give us plenty of coal, plenty of yeah, that'll go ahead and give us plenty of coal. And it's primarily coal that we need. It's coal and iron that we need. No, we're not able to get it properly down at Y level. So actually, coal. There's barely any coal down there. Not to mention it's basically invisible. So oh, look at this. Yeah, annoying. Whatever. And you can go ahead and sleep at the village over here. Go ahead and grab a bed from the village over here. Yeah. Now look at that corral. Look at that corral. And this weather. Look at that corral. Freaking beautiful. Beautiful. Freaking beautiful. Anyway, we're moving as fast as possible over here. Hopefully before the mobs spawn, but I think it's too late for that, unfortunately. I think it's a little on the late side for that. That'll stop everything for right now. Good. Alright, let's take that with me. Alright. Let's go find a cave somewhere. Let's go find a cave. Because we need one. What is this? Nothing there. Nothing in that cave. There's a cat. What's that right there? That looks like it might be a proper entry to a cave. Need to do a little bit of caving here. This here looks like it might be a proper entry to a cave. That's because it is. That's because it is. Nice. At least an entry to something. No, not an entry to a cave, unfortunately. Actually, what's down here? Oh, yeah, it is. Nice. Already run into iron. Already run into iron. Holy. There's a lot down here. And very dangerous as well, by the looks of it. There's a massive mine shaft village, and I do see that cave spider spawner right there. On the one hand, it's nice, but on the other hand, kinda dangerous. kind of dangerous. Let's see here. Can we see what else is down there? Standing on top of a block I don't really want to be standing on. Top of. What else is over here? Not thrilled with that, am I? No, I mean, it'll be nice. It'd be nice on the other hand, though. Kinda dangerous. Yeah, no, let's pass on that for right now. Let's pass on that for right now. Let's find out. No, yeah, no, let's pass on that for right now. On the bright side, here's some coal. And here's a geode. Not that we need one. But again... Okay, I mean, if we were to start up there somewhere, then okay. Then we can absolutely do this by the time we need to be back, but... not until we gotta do a different entry point, though. I'm sorry, we need a different entry point because that's a bit too dangerous for me. That's a bit too dangerous for my liking. That said, though, there should be a few entrances about for it. There should be a few entrances about, so we want to try a different one. Well, first off, here's that coal. Here's some more coal. My word, how much coal is over here? A lot. Surely not. Surely that's the bottom of it. That's what it says. No, it isn't. That was a freaking massive vehicle right there. Alright, let's take a look over here. This might be a bit of a better entry point. Now that we know what exists underground. So, looking for a bit of a better entry point. Because that would be... Personally, I kind of like that. At the same time, though, not going in that way. Going in that way is a death sentence. Now this here looks like a bit of a better method. Yeah. Here's a cave system I can get behind. And yeah, I might need to quickly craft up another iron pick. In a moment, maybe. Oh, did I miss coming in here? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. Let's see here. Iron. Look around it, because that's why. I see ya. See here. I see it. That, yeah, we'll raid a whole cave, I think. It's fair. I mean, we don't need any gold or any other stuff. We just really need iron and coal. And the best way to get coal is literally just a cave for it. Why mine for coal? Mine at coal, not go cave. Go cave for coal, but not mine for it. Right here. That one bit of coal will be fine. Alright, let's quickly move around the inventory in a better way. Alright, there we go. Iron. Verify that there's nothing over here we have to be worried about. After these guys, after all this. Yes, everyone, I'm paying attention to chat if anyone wants to tune in to anything. Maybe if a grumpy surprising me. Is this the area that I've been trying to get to? Kind of. It does connect out there, but not in the same way. Let me quickly light up the area so I can begin to mine. Yeah, I mean, this area does connect out there. I mean, there's the spawner I was thinking about. So let's see here. There's a lot of stuff in here. So to go after it one by one. First off, go after the coal. Go after the iron in a moment. good time to go after the iron. Bits there. You have a bunch more bits around. Another little chunk right here. Actually, this is a pretty sizable chunk right here. Looking around. Nope, nothing. Nothing. I'm not going after any of the copper, by the way. Copper is not the priority. Copper is not the priority. There we go. And then we got another bit of iron right here. Take a look at areas that are safe. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of stuff over here, but I mean, how much iron are we up to now? 22. And we're missing a bit right there. Kinda have my doubts on wanting to go down there, to be honest. It's like the one issue with caving now. It's like, do you really want to go down there? Do you like really want to begin to conquer this area, so to speak, or would you rather just not do it? Not do it. On the other hand, there's a pretty significant risk that if you start out in another area, eventually you're gonna make your way down here. So there's a cave spider spawner or two right there, and it's like, yeah. Don't really want to do it, but that could have been bad. Kind of use some blocks, to be honest. That right there could have been bad. That's it, though. How much stuff is down there? Because if it's not that much, then I'm okay with what we have right now. Keyword being for right now. How much iron do we have? 35 bits. We were right there. It's like right now. Let me just take a look here. Is it worth me potentially dying to get down here? I don't think so. It's nice, and then how big is this mine shaft? insizable. So we have one spider spawner right there. There are some diamonds down there, but yeah, they're too close to the spider spawners in my opinion. And yeah, we have the big one right here. So, and take that one, you get hit by, you're dead at best, unless you were to do it. I mean, I'm seeing the occasional diamonds, but I'm not after diamonds. Are there any like? Shit, there's a thing down over here, isn't there? There's a thing down over here, isn't there? And if I'm seeing this much of this stuff, that means there's one around here somewhere. That means there's something around here. I think, anyway. Got a skeleton guy right there, but, no, if that's down here, that means there's a thing, I'm gonna forget the name of it, somewhere, I think. And considering how big this area is, I'm not surprised by it. I mean, this here is insanely big, by the way. By the way, I've never seen these, by the way. I've never seen these. I've never seen them. They are a nice reward for making it down there, but... But yeah, no, I just don't think it's worth it at all. I just don't think it's worth it. Because, I mean, we get down here. Now, I mean, if you already get down here, okay. Well, now we have to worry about the skulk over here. And me not exactly knowing where all that skulk goes, right? By the way, that's a region file right here. To say that's a region. Right. I don't really know where all that skulk eventually leads. But I mean, you have to be careful with that, and yeah, I just don't think it's worth it. I think that it's curious. Way too much of a risk. Come down here, and I think there's one around as well, and it wouldn't be all that surprised to see one. To see a warden's place or whatever down here, so see here, yeah, you have to be really careful as it is, and yeah, I know, I just don't think it's worth it. So, alright, back up to the surface we go, because we're not going to do that. By the way, what's right here? Or is this where we were? You're over here. You know, if there's this over here, what's over here? That's probably the same. We're the same. Yeah, no. Let's get out of here. So let's explore student spectator while we're in it. See how big this area is. So, yeah, we have that. So then, is there beyond here? Yeah. So beyond that's desert. And I know we're shooting about now. By the way, I don't care. And this is quite sizable. I mean, it's not the biggest. And then we come over here. Kind of begins to mix in over here. I mean, we have another village right here. I thought that was mycelium for a second. Yeah, so we come over here. And that's all clay. Right there. And then, oddly enough, this kind of like resumes over here. In a weird way. With it, right? And I mean, we've been over here. I mean, we've rated that. So, and then this jungle biome is part of our massive jungle biome. We have a village over here, a regular village. That doesn't look 96 blocks away from each other, now does it? Unless it's part of the same village. Those seem incredibly close to each other, though. Yet I do believe that they are their own separate villages, though. You have a small one. It's a tiny one. And you have one that's big over here that's big enough for a golem to spawn. You have acacia over here. Yeah, coming over here, you can have some acacia. Just begin to load in a bunch of chunks. Our in spectator. We eventually make our way back over to base. You have some of this. Then you have ocean for a bit. And then we've actually been over here, I want to say, before. Should be something over here. Right, so I think we're aware of this. How is that possible? No clue, but I think we've been kinda over here. I think we're loading in fresh chunks right now, by the way. Just to say it. I think we're loading in fresh chunks. There we have that ocean monument. Yeah. You can kind of tell when you're loading in fresh chunks because, yeah. You just kind of can. We should have another ocean monument somewhere. Should have some. Or there's one more. That might be ours, actually. Yeah, we've been over here, I think. I don't know. Theoretically, though, if we just were to go all the way across here, we should hit our base. We should hit our base if we were to come over here. Yeah, we might still be loading in fresh chunks, by the way. So, I don't know. We'll begin to. Yeah, there's another ocean monument. All right. Somehow we went the complete wrong direction. Yeah, I think that's the ocean monument that we know about, to be honest. So we're gonna make our way back over to 00. Though, yeah, that one as well. Okay, fine. We're gonna make our way back over here. Back at homeland. Yeah, here's homeland right here. Oh, how does that look? I don't know. Looks weird. I don't know. Looks small compared to the rest of the world, to be honest. Even though that took us absolutely ages to figure out. Alright, now if we were to begin caving in a new spot, what do we look like underground? Actually, what do we look like? What did? No, we're lagging. Oh, that's a lot. That. Why are we lagging all of a sudden? I mean, that's a lot. That's a fair amount right there. I mean, you went all the way down as well. It's like you went a little ways down. Yeah, at least we didn't, at least we did well. And I think we, by the way, I think we, we're already in this mine shaft, by the way. Aren't really close to a mine shaft, though. I couldn't, the thing about this mine shaft is that I never figured out where the spawner was in this mine shaft. I don't think, anyway, I don't think I did anyway. Because I think it's just a bit small, right? But I could never figure out quite where the spider spawner was, and I still don't think I can. I am aware of this. I'm actually kind of surprised that it doesn't like really have one, because I thought it was like a code requirement that every mine shaft in Minecraft had to have a cave spider spawner. And with this one, I just couldn't figure out where it was. But I did look for it. And I remember looking for it as well. Alright, now up here is... How close is this? That's right there, okay. This here, now this is like what I'm talking about in terms of like an area that maybe we could do. Right, because... Yeah, I mean, there's a lot in here, but it's also relatively small. It's relatively safe, I mean... Right, I mean, there's some ores in it, but I mean... Yeah, I mean, there are certainly some ores. But it's small enough for us to be able to do. Small enough for us to be able to do, so... Anyway. F3 and N right there. Let's quit that for today. So we got, roughly speaking, just over an hour before we land at Baltimore. Alright. Legs. Direct to tops. Yeah, we have just over an hour before we land at Baltimore, so we can go and focus on the flight now. That looks gorgeous, by the way. That looks truly gorgeous, by the way. Why is that broken? Why is that broken? Alright. Oh, we're just gonna ignore Volante for now, then. That does look gorgeous, by the way. Oh my lord, look at that sky. No, you can't really tell. Looks truly gorgeous. Now, in terms of our location, we are direct to tops. Dulles ground is on there. We are beginning to enter Boston airspace now. So, yeah. Right now, though, just looking out the window here. Yeah, right now we are entering into Boston airspace. Actually, we've entered into Boston. 7 miles. 7 miles until we enter into Boston airspace. But yeah, no, that was a good end to Minecraft for today. I think quite a bit of progress. Yeah. Nice. Try to send this guy the real subreddit. We'll begin notice on your soonish. You're now firmly into Boston airspace now. Alright, let's see here. Let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers. Alright, first things first. Give y'all yoke cam so you can see that I am actually using my FMC here. Okay, first things first, turn down the range. We are going to do an RNF arrival because that is fun. You know what? I'm thirsty. Before we do that, tea time. Tea time. Tea time. Take a look. Simbrief fuel planning. Let's see here what Linus have to say. The screenshot attached to the post is my usual. Default setup for fuel planning selection in Simbrief. Here's a more detailed of my fuel policy. Starting off with contingency fuel. EASA is the best choice. Simple as that. The auto option selected by default. Often significantly off. And brings far too much, resulting in limited payloads. However, EASA, I have found, is often not dead on and gives you exactly how much you would need. So much that there have been times when I was done configuring the FM. Alright. Reserve fuel can just be kept on auto, it's precise enough. Where it gets important is ATC, weather, and extra fuel. You could bundle everything and go big, but I like to divide mine. So in the OFP, how much I want to allocate each one a bit better. Okay. Generally, if I'm flying a normal flight and don't put anything there, I don't really encounter go-around worthy conditions that often. Okay. And thus extra fuel isn't necessary. However, if I anticipate a go around, then I plan 20 minutes per go around, It's a fairly large figure for most aircraft, but worth noting that right after they go around, your engines will be at or near tow, which means you'll burn a lot of fuel. Okay. Also, this factors in potential ATC related go around delays, where they might win space into the arrival flow a little later on. That being said, the go-around procedure is not short. Don't anticipate much traffic. Might load an extra 15 minutes per go-around instead. Alright. Usually if I anticipate at least one go-around with difficult weather, or if the airport is generally more complicated, for instance, flying into Vicar might bring as much as 45 minutes of extra fuel, because the airport isn't easy. And generally, extra fuel is where I put the go-around fuel at. The other fuel is the fuel however, if I expect holding due to visibility, winds, or whatever else, I will generally put it there. There's no set standard vibes or set standard for me on this one. Just more vibes. If I see the TAF is horrible across the board, I might load up a bit more. If I know the entire region is covered in garbage visibility or winds, and that's my alternate would be far, I might load up extra. Right. Thank you, Linus. That is actually really helpful. Right. Generally use ESA for contingency, auto for reserve. Pick your alternate airports wisely and you will barely ever have to limit payload to end up under your maximum landing weight, or will you ever land with too much fuel? You need an ask for it. Nice. Thank you, Linus. Thank you, Linus. It's hot water time, unfortunately, for me. Hot water time. Spilled it all over myself. Nah, whatever. It's only water. It's only warm water. It's not even that hot because I didn't leave it in the kettle for the entire time. Alright. Baltimore ETA 911 Zulu. Let's go ahead and begin this descent briefing, shall we? First things first, in terms of any descent briefing, we need Novograph. Which one do I give you? Well, first off, I'm going to shut Volanta off across all these for right now. Volanta. I'm going to shut Volanta off for all these right now because it's not working correctly. Alright. This is how you do a descent briefing. First off. That's a bit of a crosswind. Let's take a look at 2-8. So, the first thing first is we need an arrival in a runway. I usually start off with the runway. Novograph is really nice because it gets you the wind reports automatically. It gets you the wind based off the METAR. Right, and the wind right now is 250 degrees 4 knots. Not bad. In that case, we're going to take 2-8 because out of all the runways, 3-3 left technically is the arrival airport, but we're going to go with 2-8 because it's more headwind than crosswind. Change 2. Now you need to figure out your approach. And it kind of helps if you have the arrival one as well. You kind of have to mess with it a little, figure out the correct arrival. If you have 2 RNAVs, go with the Zulu on VETSIM, usually. We're going to go with the RNAV Zulu for running 2-8. Fins transition. Alright. It's going to begin our descent briefing based on the arrival. Alright, the first thing it says is altitude 12,000 feet, level by Troyes. Go ahead and... Well, actually, what I can do now is, now that we know our arrival, what we can go ahead and do is we can go ahead and throw that in. So we are arriving Trish 4 Noogie on the RNAV. Sometimes you have to look for it. On the RNAV Zulu for runway 28. Fins transition. Alright. We can go ahead and execute that now. That tells the FMC that while we're doing our briefing, let's fly this is the plan, okay? Anyway, so it says that we want 12,000 level by Troyes, then we want to be at or above 9,000 at free, then at or below 9,000 by level by Trish, and then this is where it kind of gets a little complicated because now we have to take a look at this, because if you look here, it says we need to be going down. Well, Jerty is our short final waypoint. It's we only have 3.5 miles, so it's Jerty is our final waypoint before the runway. All right. And so what I like to do is, though this is an RNAV, I like to think, okay, I want to be level 1,500 level by Jerty. I want to be level 1,300 feet level by Jerty. Right. By Souls, well, it gives you your minimums down here. We'll get to those in a moment. Yeah. It says we want to be going down to 3,500 at fins. So we'll call it 1,500 at fins then. Altitude 1,500 feet level by fins. Right. We'll go speed 150. Go speed 150, and then altitude 1500 level by fins. Wait, what? Sorry, speed 160. Oh, I know what the issue is. And then alright, first things first, we need to go we have 2 fins here. We just gotta combine them. And actually, I already was everything else. So 5,000 level by fins, 3,500 to VSEP, Souls, 2,300 Jerty, altitude 1,300 altitude, or 1,300 above, even though it should not be. We can go ahead and correct that. Actually, we'll call that 1,200. 1,200 level by Jerty. And then notice, yeah. Then it's 3-degree glide path. Runway 28. In the meantime, we can go ahead and get some numbers in. So we can get a net ref. And notice how in the 777. Oh, I can't see this. Yeah, dear. Notice. I need to notice this thing. Notice how in the 777, if we hit a net ref, right? Notice how it already has pretty good recommended V speed, right? VREF speed. So when we land, we're gonna be landing VREF plus 5 is what's usually recommended. So our final approach speed is gonna be around 137 knots, which on this approach is about average. Anyway, we can just throw that in. It gets that number from somewhere. I don't really know where. Because SimBrief gives me the exact same number. It might be the same method of calculating it. Either way, generally speaking, I find this to be reasonable. Overall, I find this to be quite accurate most of the time. So, anyway. Alright, so we have that. We have that in. By the way, something's wrong with this. I don't know. It might be the text. I can't. I'm not worried about it. I actually like to look this a bit more. Anyway, Baltimore, it gives you the runway length. We have a 10,500 foot runway. For Baltimore, it's runway 28. So, alright. Thrust limit. On go around. Oh, no. Never mind there. VNAV says our top descent is in about 30 minutes. We'll begin it a little before. Baltimore ETA at 9:13. Zulu estimating 15.4 in terms of fuel. Now, we need to know what kind of fuel we're looking like in terms of our arrival. Right. 15.4 in terms of fuel, that's actually really, really, really solid. Let's say we have to do a go-around with 15.4 for fuel. Overall, that go-around is probably going to eat up about 2 or 3 tons of fuel total. If we enter, especially if we had like an extended go-around procedure, then okay. For Baltimore, even though this says otherwise, even though this says our missed approach is to climb to altitude 2,500 feet, no HCC is online. We can simply do our own. We can just simply fly the pattern. So downwind, base, final. Right. Of course, rebrief everything. Right. That's fine. By the way, I'm gonna send this direct now to. Farl. I'm gonna send this now direct Farl. That won't do much for us, but that's fine. VNAV. Yes. So we know that we're gonna use that. Maybe we have enough fuel for about 1 or 2 go-arounds. Main thing is, what are our alternate airports? We can actually find out. So our alternates, Dulles is probably going to be our best alternate. Though I don't anticipate that we're going to need any alternates, but in case of diversion, we want to. When it comes to diversions, there's a few things we need to figure out here. We're not going to divert today because we're fine, but there's a few things we want to know when it comes to diversion. Okay. First things first, we're going to take a look at the weather. Right. We don't really have any significant weather going on today, and so we're fine. By the way, this is where we are right now. We don't really have any significant weather going on. If there's any reason for diversion, which I don't think there's going to be, on our official flight plan, we have Dulles. Though I guess JFK is another option, but those airports are not that far. Now, let's say that we had to, for some reason, let's say that we had a massive storm going through here, like what happened like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Okay. Then we'd probably want a diversion that's not in that area. Right, and so we'd plan that ahead of time, right? I was thinking back then when we had that issue, when we had that massive line of storms right here, I was thinking a good diversion point was going to be either Charlotte or Boston, somewhere out of the area, somewhere out of the storms. Okay. But you want to make sure you have enough fuel to get there. Which we did, but I'm gonna say, if we have to divert to Charlotte, then we don't have, then right now, with us estimating 15.4 in terms of fuel, once we get down below 10, that's it. We need to go, right? If we get down to 10 and we're not on the ground, we need to get our way over to we would need to get our way over to Charlotte. Fortunately, today I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. No, today our official diversion is Dulles, and the only reason that we really divert today is if for some reason we had like an engine failure or a hydraulics failure, where we'd want a really long runway, much longer than the 10,000 foot one that Baltimore has. And of course we'd brief on that as well. So right, so Dulles, let's see here. Where's the 10.9 on Dulles? Or yeah, so Dulles here they have an 11,000 foot runway, they have another 11,000 foot runway, they have a 10,500 foot runway. Right, the only reason that we want to divert today is if we had like some kind of engine failure, at which point in time, yeah, we'd probably want to get to Dulles. We'd probably want to get to Dulles. So anyway, we have that. Let's see here. Anyway, today we're just going to apply the pattern, and we don't require that much fuel to get to Dulles. We can maintain 3,000 and be fine on fuel. Probably go up to, actually probably stay at about, we probably go up to about 5,000, but yeah. Alright. So we have that. Now we need to get some numbers. Right. Now, remember how I talked about minimums earlier? What is your minimum value? All right. Your minimum value. First off, that's 521. That goes into your borrow. And usually you'd set that by going up here, but I'm going to... Oh, yeah, I can't see this. But usually you'd set that by going up here. I'm going to just cheat it a little. And we're going to get a warning on the screen. EFIS control on, display control on, EFIS, borrow. Right. I'm just doing it through my end, through this. Actually, that's one of those things, PMDG, that I kind of wish you'd do. Just be able to throw it in like that. In the Airbus, you can do it. So, without the air, or at least figure out a way. See if there's a way to, like, remove the air on the screen, because it's kind of just annoying. And then or find a way also to allow you to use both, because that'd be nice. PMDG, that would be really nice, especially for the people like me who have the FMC. All right. Anyway, remember what our minimum value is. What is our minimum? Well, our minimum, that is where we have to be happy with the approach. So, thus far, we have to be cleared to land, and we have to have the runway in sight. Those three things. If you pass your minimums, or if you pass your borrow, if you pass your minimums on that, and you're not, and one of those three things are true, if one or more of those three things are true or not true, it's an immediate go round. It's an immediate go round. Right. Our minimum for today is 521. So, what that means is by 521 feet, four things need to happen. We need to have our landing checklist complete. We need to be cleared to land. For on-unicom, that's a non-factor. Aside from maybe traffic being on the runway. If there's traffic on the runway, that's a go-around. We need to be happy with our approach thus far. Usually I aim for about 1,000 feet on that. If I'm not happy with that approach at 1,000 feet, yeah, we'll call it then, right? Save us a little bit of gas. And we have to have the runway in sight. Okay. If you pass your minimum values and those things are not true, then it is an immediately go around. It is an immediate go around. Follow the standard missed approach. Do whatever. It's an immediate go around. And this is where pilot judgment really factors in, because you need to be able to call out when it's time to go. Right, you need to be able to call out when it's time for a go around. So, anyway, that is your minimum value. Ours today is 521 feet. Visibility. It appeared that visibility was fine earlier. By the looks of it, visibility's gonna be fine by the time we land. I mean, we're going over. This isn't Long Island yet, but
This is northern Boston.
actually, if we look out that window, if we look out over there, we should see the Boston airport. Maybe it's still under the clouds, but yeah, no, we should see the Boston airport. No, we're approaching it. So. Anyway. Then we have to talk about our borrow in terms of altimeter settings. Over in basically the whole world, it's called a QNH. Here in the U.S., it's called an altimeter. Same thing. Basically, you have pitot tubes on the outside of the aircraft, and those pitot tubes measure air pressure, and based on that, they help you know your altitude. Right. Eventually, you'll switch over to what's known as a radio altimeter once you're low enough on the approach. And that's where you get the call out. That's what gives you the call outs of 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Right? But those are, you really want to only use those while you're on the approach. And the aircraft will automatically switch over. In the meantime, you want to use the altimeter. Right. And the reason that you want to use the altimeter is because it's a bit more accurate and it's not measuring the buildings, right? It's measuring overall air pressure, right? It's not measuring like, okay, we have this building right here, right? When you're too high above, it's like you're descending out of 13,000 feet. Meanwhile, the tallest buildings. Meanwhile, the tallest building that you in the Baltimore area is like 500 feet, right? It doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. Right. Not to mention the elevation might go up by 500 feet, right? It's a non-issue, is what I'm saying. So, keep that in mind. So, anyway, our borrow. So what we can do is, I don't know. I think this is a thing here. But we can go ahead and decrease that ever so slightly. I think in the 777 we can set it. We can preset it, and then it'll just be a standard pressure hit. Let me menu this. EFIS control off. And then our altimeter setting. By the way, the way you switch between altimeter and QNH, it's just different units. To be honest, is by it right here. All right, we're switching over to inches, and the current Baltimore META says altimeter 1013. So a little on the high side. By the way, I'm going to show you all something with the METAR. The 2-point. Damn, why did they not put? How cold is it out tonight? 1 degree Celsius. Alright, this is where you kind of want your anti-icing equipment on. Because we are going to be arriving into Baltimore with anti-icing. With anti-icing procedures.
Because the current temperature is 1.
And then we are actually minus in terms of, you're in the negatives in terms of everything else. So, double check your anti-icing equipment. Yeah, it's auto. The anti-icing is auto right now. Double check the anti-icing equipment because we are definitely in anti-icing conditions. Temperature currently 0-1, dew point -4. So, now, one thing I do want to say about that is if the temperatures are close to each other, right? If your dew point is close to your actual temperature, then you probably have a lot of moisture in the air. So just keep that in mind. You might be able to expect some precipitation on your final. So, all right, that's that for right now. We begin our descent here in about 80 miles or so. Begin our descent here in about 80 miles or so. Right now, though, we got a minute to chill and take a look at the views. I want to aim for a 10 on this, by the way. We got a pretty good takeoff out of Heathrow, so we better get a new Sky 10. Unless, of course, we have a complete bashing of a landing, which I don't think we are going to. Visibility is 10 statute miles, so. Grumpy, is that you who's tuning in? Grumpy. Only have a few viewers on the channel. Grumpy, it would help if you would tune in. Let's see here. Begin to land. Initial descent will be down to an altitude of whatever. So, one of the nice things about the Airbus is, let me just actually get rid of that. Display control off. One of the nice things about the Boeing is that you can actually kind of preset the altimeter setting. Right, so we have that preset. Right. What that means is, instead of us, just as we were descending at through 18,000 feet, instead of us having to manually set it, then take it off standard pressure and then set it, it's just one button. Right, quite helpful. Quite helpful, especially if maybe it's the number's far off like it was today. It's standard pressure on an altimeter is 29 or 902. Right, it's 3013 right now. So it's a little on the high side. It's a bit of a knob turn though. But now that's a few seconds you don't have to worry about. So you can reset it, which is really nice. And that is one of those things that you cannot do on an Airbus. You can throw it in. You can put it into your FMC, right? And that helps your FMC. That helps your MCU compute everything. But it doesn't automatically set it for you. It's the nice things about the triple. So, Grumpy, if that's you who's tuned in, you'll be happy. Got a nice airbag mug. Yes, this is depicting live weather. By the way, welcome aboard Kenny 420. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 229er service to the Baltimore Washington International Airport. Sorry, the Baltimore Washington Thurgood Marshall International Airport, which is north of DC. North of DC, but south of New York. So, actually busier than Dulles, but smaller. Smaller, but busier than Dulles. those serving more as a domestic hub than a international hub. In fact, I think that British Airways is now the only British Airways and Copa Airlines, I think, are the only two remaining international carriers at Baltimore. Still nothing compared to New York. Alright. Thanks. Enjoying this chill late night. Wind downstream. Interesting. Wind downstream. I read that wrong. Nice. We are going to aim for a smooth arrival into Baltimore as we land at the Boeing 777-200ER. That's a pretty nice wing view. Begin our descent. How long until shop descent? 106 nautical miles. We'll go ahead and begin our descent here in about 30. Theoretically, we should be waiting until it says actual top descent, but I have found it's easier to begin it before. I have found that it's better to begin it a little early. So when it inevitably gets off when you decelerate, you don't get as far off. So anyway, our initial descent will be down to altitude 12,000 feet, level by Troy's. Actually, level at Troy's, and then it's further descent afterwards. This will be an RNAV for runway 28, circle 28. Which will be interesting. I've done this arrival a few times now, and when you do it, it's fun. It's fun, especially if you're flying with the yoke. I've done it in this aircraft now a few times, and it's fun. So, all right, how long do we have? We can go and you can throw it in now. Tune down the range a little. I'll wait a few minutes. Current Baltimore time is 3:52 a.m. And I know that off the top of my head because it's my freaking local time. In fact, Baltimore is my local airport. In fact, I live so close to Baltimore that I see planes. I get a plane spot every single day. It's quite fun. Alright, let's see here. First things first, this headset's broken, so we don't have to put that on today. Once Farrell gets to about here, we'll go ahead and begin our descent. For now, I'll go ahead and throw in the number. Altitude, 12,000 feet. Alright. Oh. In case Grumpy decides to tune in, you can't say I don't like Airbus. Got a nice A380 mug right here that I got from Bourget. Bourget in Paris is where I got that from. Alright. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo. Heavy going to begin descent now. Flight will down to altitude 12,000 feet. Level by Troy's. Currently arriving via the Trish 4 arrival and Noogie transition with an RNAV Zulu approach runway 28. Fins transition. Baltimore traffic. Alright. We want this level by fins. In the meantime, we can go ahead and brief the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, we can get through here. Let's see here. Where is it? See a menu button. Menu. Cabinet and PA. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. This time we have begun our descent into the Baltimore, Washington International Airport. At this time, I'd like to thank the cabin crew for giving y'all incredible service on today's flight. The current Baltimore weather is just above freezing. So expect a bit of a chilly arrival. We will be doing a circle land arrival, so we will configure the aircraft a little early for landing. That means we will be expecting everyone to be in their seats a little early for landing. So just keep that in mind as we arrive in Baltimore. If you are a U.S. citizen, BA can recommend that you install the MCP app to speed through U.S. Border Patrol and Customs. Thank you all so much for flying with British Airways and Aeronaut today. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be too bad of an arrival, just to say it. It shouldn't be too bad of an arrival, just to say it. Like I said, I would like to thank the cabin crew for providing your service today. You should be on the ground here, and roughly speaking, about 40 minutes to touchdown. Cabin crew, that's 40 minutes. That's 40 minutes to touchdown. Please be ready to land in about 25. As like I said, we have to get the aircraft configured early. It should be a very smooth arrival, like I said. Now, the current temperature outside at Baltimore is quite literally only 1 degree Celsius. It's good. It's the first freeze of the season. All right. Anyway, thank you all so much for flying with Aeronaut and British Airways today. Be on the ground here very shortly. There we go. That's how you do it. That's how you do a cabin briefing. Legs direct. You can go ahead and slow our rate of descent a little. And we can go ahead and increase our speed. This is a challenge when it comes to descent. We gotta keep our speed up. 300 knots now. Turn direct. Troyes. No wonder why I didn't do it. We have 160 nautical miles till Troyes, which is literally the turn. Gotta keep our speed up. Keep our speed up now. That's the challenge. We gotta keep our speed up. We gotta keep our speed up. It's always the challenge right there. Speed up, speed up, speed up. So I'm thinking about getting a bar to put across here. Thinking about getting a bar. Or, thinking about getting a, both a 737, or a 777 flight director, and then also an Airbus FCU, right? I'm considering it. No guarantees on it yet, but it's very much a strong consideration of mine, and for good reason. For good reason as well. So I fly planes too much. Anyway, in the meantime, I'm waiting for a new MCDU, and I'm thinking I'm gonna make a hot swappable unit, or a new hot swappable mount. Sorry, a new hot swappable mount for this. So I can just. So I want to fly Airbus. Let me just take this off, throw the Airbus one on. Oh, I want to fly the triple. Take the Airbus one, put the triple one on. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out how I'm gonna read that. Probably gonna have to 3D print a part or two. But yeah, maybe I might ask Grumpy for his help on it. The main thing is I want to find out, do these holes on here match? But I might ask Grumpy for a little help designing that. Because it would genuinely be nice. At the same time, I only have one FMC. Alright, I really only have the space for one of them, and I kind of like the position that the throttles are currently in. So, kind of a bit of a tricky situation right now. Speed up, speed up. We're going to maintain 330 knots or greater until, roughly speaking, altitude 14,000. 330 knots or greater is what I usually aim for. That's right. 320 knots or greater is what I usually aim for. And that right there is where here, let me get the screenshot up because we should see JFK in a moment. Great view, New York. As we descend into Baltimore. JFK should be over here soon. Should see JFK in a moment. Yeah, I might ask Grumpy for his help. Because it would kind of be nice. Gonna get this a little early. It's okay, we can level off a little. Right there, we can actually maintain speed 330 knots until then. Yeah, I might want to ask Grumpy for his help on that front. Because, yeah, I could probably use it. I could probably use Grumpy's help. Because I think he has better 3D design. Not only capabilities, but experience. There's JFK right there. Nice view of New York City. Yeah, actually that's a rarity. Having both LaGuardia, Teterboro. We have LaGuardia, Teterboro, and JFK all in sight right now, and possibly even Newark. But I'm not seeing Newark yet. I am. There's Teterboro, there's Newark. JFK is right there. That right there is that's JFK right there. That right there is Newark. So anyway. Yes. So let's talk about the MD-11s real quickly because I think that I have some views here. The MD-11, in my opinion, is probably going to be done. So, for those somehow unaware, early last week, a UPS flight headed from Louisville to Honolulu, an MD-11 crashed upon takeoff, and it was discovered that one of the engines completely fell off. Okay. It was also discovered already that they didn't just have a single engine failure. They had a dual engine failure. Okay. They had a dual engine failure on takeoff, right? And most people tend to think that it was the engine that fell off took the number 3 engine with it. Remember, it's an MD, so you have 3 engines. You have 1, 2, and 3. You have one on either wing, and then one at the end. Right. Most people think that that's what happened, but it also follows a history. Right. And so it's because of that, the UPS voluntarily grounded all theirs. So did FedEx. But then, not only did they themselves ground them, but Boeing issued an emergency thing that said, we recommend you don't fly these. We recommend you ground these. And then, based on that, the FAA then issued a ground stop for all MD-11s. Okay. The FAA then issued a ground stop for all MD-11s. Okay. And if you're being honest, so here's the issue. Now you have pilots that are out of a job, kind of. And so here's what I think is going to happen. Because this is a recurrent issue, but also because this plane is really old. I mean, this plane's been in service since the 90s. Since the early 90s, not the late 90s. But I mean, this plane has been in service for, this plane's literally been flying for nearly 40 years. Between that, and the fact that these things are really fuel inefficient, here's what I think is what's going to happen. FedEx and UPS combined are going to maybe hire a set of maybe 9 to 10 crew members. Okay. They're going to pay those guys off. They're going to pay those guys $100,000 per year or whatever. They're going to pay those guys $158,000 per year. And then when the MD-11s do eventually get ungrounded, which will happen, but I think it's going to be probably about 2-3 years before that happens. That's just a wild guess. Not only will FedEx and UPS, of course, have obviously phased them out of service, which they're probably planning on doing it next year anyway, but just wanted to do it not before the holiday season. But anyway, they're grounded now, so what can they exactly do about it? What I think that's going to happen is they're going to pay maybe 3 or 4 sets of crew. They're going to pay 3 or 4 sets of crew max. And, they're going to continue to pay those guys until they. They're going to continue to pay those guys until until they're ungrounded, and then over the course of a month or so, those crews are going to move all the MD-11s to the boneyard and to where they will be to the final resting places. And I think once that happens, I think that the MD-11 and the Michael Douglas era will be done. Because I don't think there is an MD-12. I don't think there is an MD-13. I think those are all Boeings, to be honest. By the way, we can switch over to standard pressure now. See how easy that is? See how easy that is? Anyway. Once this thing is... I mean, this thing's running for now, but I think that they're going to pay... I think that FedEx and UPS are probably going to pay a few sets of crew. But I think that's going to be it. I think that once these things get back airborne again, I think they're gonna. I think the FA. I think they're gonna be done. I think the MDs are gonna be done. I think that the DC-10s are gonna be done, which they're mostly already done, to be honest. But yeah, no, I think that the MDs entirely are gonna be done. I think, and to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised to see the FAA go back and say, okay, we are going to unground these planes because we think, although we still think there's a critical failure in these planes that might still cost lives, I think it's reasonable to assume that, I think it's reasonable to allow these major carriers to move about maybe 30 to 90 days to move all their MD-11s to their final resting places. And then, that point in time, reissue the ground stop, say, after those 90 days, that is it. The MD is done until the next 5 years, until they figure out what the issue is. That thing's done. Speed now 320 knots. That's right, approaching our kind of our max airspeed. We'll slow our speed up shortly. Anyway, that's what I think is gonna happen with these speeds, or with the MDs. I think they're gonna. For right now, they're all grounded. So wherever it is right now, I mean, you might have to tow them to move them, but they'll be able to get towed. But I think that for the most part, right now, wherever these MDs are, that they're not moving. They're not moving at all. You get. I think for right now, they're not moving at all. They'll become someone's office for a bit, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I think that once these MDs are, but so you have that option. To be clear, what caused both of those crashes, it will eventually be figured out, right? It will eventually get figured out, but the question is, by the time it gets figured out, I mean, these things are already so close to end of life anyway, so it's like, would it exactly be worth trying to figure out what caused these? The answer is always going to be a yes to that, by the way. But the other question is, these things are already so close to the end of life. Once you figure out what actually happened to those, just for the record books, will these things actually ever fly again? And I think the answer to that is no. Because, I mean, they're already so close to end of life, right? I mean, they might fly to the boneyard, or to their final resting places. But I think, to be 100% honest, I think that once that happens, they're done. In the last carrier to... The last airline... The last passenger airline to actually fly the MD-11s was KLM, and that was 2011. I mean, that wasn't recent at all. That was not recent at all. So, I mean, that was over a decade ago, to be honest. So, anyway, that's just my opinion on the MDs. I think that they're done, to be honest. I think that they're not returning them. Alright. We are level now, altitude 12,000 feet. We're going to direct freeze. Sorry, we're going to direct free descend now, altitude 900,000 feet. Actually, let's go direct freeze now. We'll go and descend in a moment. Speed now 300 knots. Maintain present speed. Maintain 300 knots until on it. So, VNav. Progress. Estimating Baltimore now 914 Zulu. And I keep wanting to put this back on. It's like, this thing doesn't work. At least not yet. I'm gonna actually tell Seb. Plan. Let's see here. Let me send Seb a message. Yeah. Let me send Seb a message real quickly. Hey. No, but I'll happily take you up on your offer to help fix my headset. Thinking tonight around 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central. Yeah, let me send a message. Yeah. I don't know if there's going to be a stream tonight. There might be. If it is, it's going to be I think tonight I'm just going to work on a few videos, to be honest. Then tomorrow night resume streams. We'll maintain speed. Actually, maintain speed now. 300 knots until 20 miles from freeze. So now... Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, clear, direct, free, descending now, altitude 9,000 feet, level by free. Baltimore traffic. And Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, expecting Trish 4 arrival, Noogie transition, RNAV runway 28, sorry, RNAV Zulu runway 28, circle to 28. Baltimore traffic. The reason why it's circled at 2.8, I mean, it's not really circled at 2.8, but it's like short final. You join up on a really short final for 2.8 if you decide to do the RNAV fins transition, which is what we're gonna do. We're going to do the RNAV fins transition. So. Grumpy, you wanna tune in? Let's see here. I'm gonna have some fun with this drive into Baltimore. Alright. Actually, we need slow now. Speed now, 250 knots. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy slowing speed now at 250 knots as we pass below 10,000. Baltimore traffic. Maintain speed 250 knots for a bit. As we pass below 10,000. And as we pass below 10,000, landing lights on. You can actually get all lit up like a bird. Get all lit up like a bird. Like a beautiful, beautiful speed bed. Wait, that's what we are. We are a truly beautiful, beautiful speed bed. Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. That is our official call sign, by the way. Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. Not Aeronaut 22 Bravo Heavy like New Sky thinks we're flying. It is Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. I need to start New Sky. Get concerned there. No, that takeoff, that was flawless. So, if it bashes us for an off-center line takeoff, I blame new sky on it, because that takeoff was fucking flawless. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go pee real quickly. Be back in about 30 seconds. Back. I am back now. Alright, let's see here. Still free. And then next up is Trish. Descend altitude. We'll call it 8,000. Yeah, we'll call it 8,000 at Trish. We'll call it. But we'll do that in a moment.
Actually, legs Trish.
Good direct Trish. Descent in a few moments. We're a little low on the descent path.
You can delay our arrival ever so slightly, I think. Actually, what does this have it as? 9:14
Zulu still. I don't know. Let's take a look here.
Speed 249 as we are below 10,000 now. That's fine.
Just to get to chill here.
In the real world, you'd be sitting here for 5 minutes.
Actually, in the real world, you'd be continuous descent because Baltimore's not that busy. Baltimore's not that busy. Oh, you should have seen the line of planes headed to Newark the other day. I was looking at Flight Radar 24 because I was curious. And you should have seen that line of planes driving into Newark. I mean, that thing quite literally extended all the way down to Baltimore. That line quite literally extended all the way down to Baltimore. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, Baltimore and New York, that's not a long distance at all. I mean, Dulles, which is like 20 miles south in terms of distance. It may be closer to 30, but I mean, Dulles has flights direct to Newark. So, thanks. Welcome aboard, Paul, to this British Airways flight number 229er service to Baltimore. Thanks, I really appreciate that. Baltimore is my home airport, so that's why it's Baltimore, not anything else weird. Alright, descent now, altitude 8,000 feet. We've been on it for now a year, or coming up to a year now, so... Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, descending now, altitude 8,000 feet, slowing speed now, 240 knots, Baltimore traffic. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate that. Baltimore's my home airport. I live, it's about a half an hour drive, though it shouldn't be, so... It shouldn't be a half an hour drive, but it is. Don't ask me why it is. Nice. You have to remind me what airport is. That Aberdeen. is that Aberdeen Dice. I haven't in the real world. In the real world, I haven't been to Eddie yet. But Eddie is an airport that we try to land at quite often on the channel. All right, next altitude gonna be 7,000 feet. Inverness. That's like northern Scotland, right? Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy slowing speed now, 220 knots, descending now, altitude 7,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. And actually, we'll go direct fins now. That's like northern Scotland, right? Execute that. And Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, direct fins now. Slowing speed now, call it 210 knots. Descending now, altitude 5,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. Alright, let's go ahead and get our checklist up. Oh, we haven't. Yeah. Override. Checklist override. Here. Approach checklist. Altimeters set. Approach checklist completed. Landing checklist. En route. LHR. I saw that. Alright, we might need to help the aircraft out a little bit. Turn the range down to that. Descend now, altitude 2,500 feet, level by fins. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy. Descending now, altitude 2,500 feet, slowing speed now 200 knots. Baltimore traffic. Nice. On VATSIM, I would assume. Let me take a look. Let me take a look at my traffic. We are clear. We are clear of traffic. Let's see here. Oh, damn, there's a massive storm right now. Thank you. Thanks for the luck on the landing. Good luck on your landing as well. Alright, we can go. Flaps 1, speed brake away. You're not far from landing, actually. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy slowing speed now 180 knots. Baltimore traffic. And let me tune in the CTAF frequency on 19.400. 19.4. I use beyond ACC. Yeah. VATSIM is much more fun because you always get the game of, are you going to get ATC? Not to mention you are speaking to a real live person. There you have Martin State Airport. Actually, my dad used to live right over here at Martin State. It's more of a military base, but it's becoming less used now. Still capable of landing an A320 somehow. So either way, it's more of a military base. All right. More of those. Let's go ahead and slow speed now. More flaps. That's what I want. We'll go auto brake 3 for Baltimore. We get auto brake 3 for Baltimore. Because the runway is not as long as I wish it would be. Flaps 20 now. Noted. Actually, we should have the airport in sight now. Yeah, it'll be over there. Alright. Slow speed now. I'll call it 160 knots. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo. Heavy is in the base for on the RNAV Zulu runway 28, circle to 28. Slowing speed now 160 knots until on final. Baltimore traffic. Alright. Flaps 20. Flaps 30 for landing, noted. We'll go ahead and get the gear down in a moment. For now, ground spoilers to arm. Gear down. Oh, I'm a little nervous. Done this a few times now. Flaps full now. Go ahead and take this over by hand in a moment. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy turning final now. On the RNAV Zulu runway 28, switching over to CTAF now. 119.400 final call on Unicom. Baltimore traffic. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy turning final now. RNAV Zulu runway 28, slowing final approach speed of 137 knots. Baltimore traffic. Shall we take this over now? Shall we take this over now? I give it a moment. And I got the field in sight. Let's update. Let me just get updated METAR real quickly. Wind calm, altimeter 3014. Wind calm. My controls. My controls now. There is precisely 0 wind today, so there is precisely 0 reason to muck this up. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy call it 5.5 mile final now, RNAV runway 28, Baltimore traffic. Alright, let's take a look here. Get that nose up, we're a little on the high side. There's precisely 0 reason to muck this up. And try to get that nose up a little bit more. Oh, the concentration is on now. Should be 0 wind, but there is some wind right now. The surface wind is 0. Precisely 0 surface wind. Noted. Still a little low. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo. Heavy. Got 3.5 mile final now. Runway 28. Baltimore traffic. Alright, let's do this. Still a little too low.
Approaching 28.
Final call, Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo. Heavy, short final now. Runway 28. Final call, Baltimore traffic.
Approaching minimums. 500.
Alright. Trying to make this up. Continue approach. Runway's in sight. Cleared to land. Landing checklist completed. Kind of feel like I'm mucking this up. Gonna begin that descent again.
300. 200.
Nose back down, you bigot. Happy still say we're on.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
341 feet per minute. Okay, that could have been better. And that was a little long, not gonna lie, I felt that. That was a little long. And that could have been a go around right there. That could have absolutely been a go around right there. Yeah, that was a little hard, and that was a little that landing wasn't the best, but kind of dark, so kind of hard to see the runway. Baltimore, to kind of feel like you're too shallow on the approach, and so you try to overcorrect for it. And right there, I absolutely was shallow on the approach. Baltimore traffic runway 28 has not been vacated. Speedbird 22 Bravo. Alright, flaps away now. Welcome to Baltimore. Grumpy is not with us. No, he was with us with that horrendous landing that one day. Yeah, there wasn't really any reason to muck that up, but I mean, yeah. I need practice on the approach with Baltimore, it appears. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy crossing, 33 left at Foxtrot, Baltimore traffic. Once we have crossed, we will go ahead and get an APU on.
Approaching 15 right. Approaching 15 right.
Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, now clear of runway 15 right. Taxiing, stand Echo 3, straight to stand Echo 1 today, via Papa, Bravo, and Juliet. Baltimore traffic. And that's recent change in the most recent ARIAC cycle. It's no longer Alpha Alpha. It's Juliet. All right. Let's see here. Get that APU on. Once we have that APU on, we can go and shut down one of the engines. Welcome to the Baltimore Washington International. Sorry, Baltimore Washington Thurgood Marshall Airport. Yeah, there was no excuse for that landing. Feel bad now. Feel like New Sky's gonna bash us for that. We will get a 10 on one of these flights eventually. I promise. That was a bit long. I felt that it was a little long. And I mean, it wasn't dangerously long or anything, but it did feel a little long, and it also I think it was on centerline, but also it was a little hard for the 777. It was also a little hard. I mean, 363 feet per minute. All right. We can go ahead and do an engine number 1 shutdown. Landing lights off for now. We're going to turn off lights off as we are off the runway now. We are still on taxiway Papa. Yeah, this is the second day that I felt like I haven't had the best landings in the triple. How I kind of had to like adjust for lift over an extra wing. Not thrilled with it. I need landing practice. I might do that tomorrow night. If we do a stream tomorrow night, it'll be a landing practice at a bunch of different airports. We gotta get better. We gotta get better at landing. We really do. Though I don't think we're gonna do a stream I don't think we're gonna do a stream tonight, unfortunately. I'm gonna try to work. I'm gonna log on with Seb, good member, or good friend of the other channel. I'm gonna log in at Honolulu with him, and we're going to try to figure out what's going on with the headset, because right now it is very much broken. So that's gonna be the plan. He controls Honolulu, by the way. He controls Honolulu ground, and I think he's studying to do tower. Oh, I never got GSX up. GSX. Oh, Iceland. They're the other guy at Baltimore. Time to join Alpha Alpha. Sorry, Juliet. The scenery hasn't updated. It was a recent change as well, so I'm not worried about it. And this is old Latin VFR scenery. Stand Echo 1 is our gate for today. Alright. I need to look up the best way to park an aircraft because, kind of not great at it. There should be an A350 right there because we forgot to. Well, sorry, we didn't forget to bring it back. We intentionally didn't after I was doing the issues. Love your truck. I believe you are in our way. And then come out and around, I think. It's the best thing to do. Sorry, fuel truck. Right now, we still got 70-something feet to go. I'm going to try to get it right on the dot. Don't mess with the bigot. Close. Parking brake now set. Engine number 1 shut down. Taxi lights off. Menu. FS actions. Ground connections. Shocks set. Quest jetway. We have jetway now. Quest jetway. We have ground power now. Alright. Beacons off. Close flight. We'll find out how the damage is based on that landing. Fuel pumps off. Route. Alright. That'll work for me. Let's take a look here at the damage that's been done. Oh, we got a 10! We got a 10! We got a freaking 10! We got a 10! Great touchdown. 341 feet per minute. 1.27 Gs. Great touchdown. We got a 10! We got a 10 for the first time ever. So for the first time ever on a Baltimore to Heathrow or Heathrow to Baltimore, we got a 10. Nicely done. We made $171,000 for the airline. Holy shit. Holy shit. Why do we all send off tonight? Just to show y'all I'm not bullshitting. There you go. We got a 10. We got a 10. I'm happy with that. Wasn't the biggest fan of that landing, but I mean, a 10's a 10. Normal conditions. 1.27 Gs. 341 feet per minute. Holy. With that said, I do think that it would not have given us a 10 if that was what I thought it was. 361, I think, is what I thought it was. But we got a 10 for the first time on a Heathrow to Baltimore to Heathrow, with making the VA almost $172,000. Holy. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me for tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a blast. It really has been. I don't know about a stream tonight. Definitely one tomorrow night though. If it is a stream tonight, it'll be more around the world tour, or it'll be a Honolulu to LAX or whatever. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Like I said, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a blast. It really has. Doing a lot of Minecraft, doing a bunch of everything else. To be honest, it really felt like this guy, like today, went by at all. Anyway, I'll see you all either tonight or tomorrow evening. Bye-bye.